Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dice Soup, brought to you by Once Upon D20 at patreon.com/OnceUponD20, right here on Twitch, YouTube, wherever free videos are sold to you by advertisers. Sprechen you're probably going to see, hopefully no pre-roll ads today, but at about once an hour, we're going to start taking a 3-minute break so that Twitch will throw us out to more people. And the way that it will throw us out to more people is taking a 3-minute ad break once an hour. So we're going to do that to try and play the Twitch game right, so that they... We want to grow the channel, guys, okay? I don't want to advertise they're making me. But anyway.
Playing the game, man.
Gotta do.
Yeah, we got to do what we got to do so that we can keep doing what we want to do. Allegedly, that's how adulting works. I hate
I hate
Don't
that
blame
word.
me. I just went here.
yeah, exactly.
Write your sources for me.
You're my source.
Vanilla APA.
Chicago
Yeah.
style.
Yeah,
The
beardy,
worst
educated
citation style. Sorry.
Look at Moon. You about to get punched.
Beardy gave me a quick education that somebody else gave him, so we're trying it. And I mean, already we lost a subscriber from I'm pretty sure it was one of the Autobot ones, but we gained a new one today. So
There you go.
like, I don't know, I guess things might be working. We're 4 away from that bearded DM giving away dice, so like, let's fucking go, guys.
Get your dice. Get your dice.
Yeah, you just got to be subscribed, or you just got to be following us. You don't even have to subscribe technically.
Let's get your dice.
Yeah, so let's do it. Let's do it.
Free.
100% free.
For free dice
Cheaper
are
than
free.
it is cheaper than ice cream.
Cheaper than
So-
groceries.
It is cheaper than groceries. That's a throwback. So, when last we left off, the soup had gathered in Vasselheim, which means I should probably take the view back to Vasselheim.
What? Minus Mr. Debitoire.
Yes, the late minus Mr. Debitoire had made their way out to Vasselheim, had made some friends, influenced some people, saw some old friends that they may not have realized were about.
Indeed. If I recall, didn't Yusa Secundus not Yusa Prime? Didn't they
Yusin, yes.
Yes. Didn't they go back and give a rock to Senor Debitoire?
They did, in fact.
They did. I wasn't sure if I remembered that correctly or not.
Yes,
so I just wanted
we introed our special episode on Friday. Go back and watch it if you want to. With Yusa appearing, breaking their little palm-size chunk in half to hand off, and sauntering away. And for you all, Yusim went to the guards up front that very blatantly watched him shoot their temple, and like, listen, I can explain. So that's where he went. Whether or not he's still even a person, you'll find out possibly. But yeah, a little bit of chatting going on. I guess mental chatting. I got corrected. I thought it was out loud, just conversing through the abundant terrace.
No. That was initially brought up. Dante was like, I don't really like this conversation like out loud here, and then the Storm was like, hey, Erdrin, you can do the mind link thingy, right? And we then continued the conversation in our brains. I think there was a few people who were left out.
What was going on?
Yeah, specifically Erdrin, Dante, Storm, and Olo were involved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Akira.
Shadow.
And Akira.
I was say you can yourself and 4 people. We're at
So,
that
and
level
Akira,
now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
So
but yes, so a long and silent walk for Knock apparently. Alec right now.
and Shadow.
and
and
Shadow.
And Shadow.
Yep.
I'm sure I'd fill them in at some point. if-
Long and silent
with
walk through the
permission, but-
cabbages as one does.
That being said,
I'm just getting pointed at, and I don't
my
know what's
passive
going
perception
on.
was a 15, so if they were being louder than a 15, then I don't know.
You focus
How
really
do you-
hard and you still can't read their minds.
I think louder than a 15, my friend.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah.
referring to the actual conversation that was happening.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
a silent, in our heads, telepathic conversation.
I'm referring to the conversation that was being relayed. It was like, where
Yeah.
Oh,
the conversation you that Shadow heard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Right. Yes. Words. Then yes, probably.
I don't know.
Olo, I
But-
think, was being kind of loud, but for that conversation that was overheard.
Yeah, I
I
remember
believe so.
saying like I'm not really very quiet.
Nope. Not in the slightest. His
But-
whisper sounds like this. That's Olo
That's real.
whispering.
That's real. That actual
That's-
volume. What are we
For
whispering
non-theater
about?
nerds, that is a stage whisper.
Mhm.
Or a forest whisper. But not a careless one.
Excuse
So getting
There are no
back
saxophones here.
getting back
I'm never
to the
gonna dance
quadroads.
again.
These guys.
Guilty feet ain't got no rhythm.
DMCA. Getting back to the quadroads. Dante, you were having this conversation in your mind, walking very particularly almost autopilot in the direction of the building whose sign has what looks like a red blood drop, and then a silver cruciform dagger that is inside of it mostly, except at the bottom it extends beyond. And then you realize that you are in fact walking towards the Argent Guild. Do you continue?
I think
You have this whole group in tow.
I think Dante's probably just going to turn to him and go, look, I just got some business to attend to in here. You are more than welcome to go sort of do your own thing. It shouldn't take too long at all.
We can wait here for you. I mean, we've got a little while, I think, before we've got to get to the Platinum Sanctuary.
Sounds great. He's going to continue towards the guild.
With Olo on your shoulder, because I'm an owl right now.
So I just want to know that.
Oh, pretty boy.
Nice. All right then.
Akira's just gonna pace a little bit while we're waiting, not because their whole thought is on getting back to Nicodranus to see, because they don't know what's happening with Luca, so they're showing a little bit of impatience, which is uncharacteristic for them.
And-
So right here, go ahead and those who are going inside, I guess, are Dante and Olo, whom can share their thoughts with several of the people outside at a moment's notice if they need to.
I was about to say, I'm leaving that second link up.
And then those that are outside. I guess maybe we should make the default token not have a bunch of crap on it, huh, Shadow? Let's see.
Probably not. Justice, I am hearing some background.
Okay.
It is suddenly louder.
It's because it's quiet on his end. He's not talking, so it starts to
Right,
pick up the
right.
extra.
Indeed. I'm supposed to be picking up noise. Wait, where's the noise?
I found it.
I found it. All right, here.
This belongs in a museum.
You belong in a museum.
This belongs on the stream.
Wrong. Wait, that's.
How are we now?
We're supposed to move Asher into out of pocket buddies, and Knock to in pocket buddies.
Who's got knock in their pocket?
Nobody
God.
anymore.
How are we doing now?
Well, I don't know if we can answer that on Twitch.
Hey, we have that tag up now. We're
Better
fine.
not bring your
Definitely his gift girlfriend.
Woo! Wait,
That tracks.
no, that's Kassir.
I
That's
said
Kassir.
knock, not yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, knock in the pocket, not Kassir in the pocket.
Yeah, I was trying to say because if I don't
To be
know.
fair, I think Kassir was always kind of out of pocket, but
It's true. And I don't know what would happen if Kassir and his girlfriend were like, "Hey, knock, you wanna?" Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Very confused.
I mean, now we must know.
That might actually be against TOS, but
Just depends on how much detail you get into.
That's true.
indeed, they do read romance novels on Twitch sometimes.
Hey, I've run so many text games, and I've been tempted to just be that anonymous GM who will run, NSFW text games because, like, hey, as long as you don't know who I am, I don't care.
hey, wait. So if no, that's totally off topic. But we're gonna have words about that.
Words.
About reading romance novels on Twitch, because if they're reading romance novels, I can think of a couple of
Edited
books.
romance novels.
I can think of a couple of books that we could read on stream.
Lovely. I love that for us.
Mm.
And I'm not talking smut.
That's fair.
I figured you were talking about a particular Mr. Sanderson.
Indeed.
Perhaps.
Indeed.
Per apples and bananas.
And more modernly because some of those recordings are old. So Dante and Owladon nailed it. Opening up this door, it is those of you who are outside see the kind of cloud of warmth that comes out on opening the door. But heading in, it's warm, well lit from candles above. No windows, for somewhat obvious reasons, depending on how much you know about the Argent Guild. But as the door closes and kicking off some of the snow on the boots, the door on the other side of the antechamber opens, and a woman appears. Red-haired, elvish, or half-elvish, probably a little bit shorter eared than a full elf usually. And she steps out, not seeing you all at first, her back turned as she shuts the door, and then looks up and sees Dante, and she almost freezes for a moment.
Dante has ice powers?
Hey? No, I think Dante's just gonna deliberately avoid eye contact, like he's looking for like a quest board or something like that. I need to find.
And she squints, all 5'11", 6 foot of her, to Dante's 7. As she squints up. You have got to be kidding me. And there's this moment where you're not sure whether she's reaching for a weapon or just checking her weapons. But she doesn't look as easy. as at least Oladon would think, Dante is inviting himself into might think. And you do know who this is, Dante.
Okay, I was gonna say. I think he's just gonna walk up to her and go, "Now, considering how well you know me, do I seem like someone to joke?"
And she, as you're walking, she steps forward a little bit slower, and she's looking at you like concernedly in a way that it's not normal. And she kind of that's you. And she lets off of the dagger that she had reached for, and actually goes to give you a hug, being careful of your pet owl.
Sorry, did you just sniff him?
Squawk, squawk.
Yeah, well, she sniffs. She's like as you're walking forward. As you're walking forward, just as you'll get close enough to maybe shake hands, maybe stab at each other, she just
nice to each other.
And
Right.
yes, that's definitely you.
Like
And
I
then
said,
she goes into hug you, but it's not as warm as she normally is.
I think he'll reciprocate, even though it's clearly awkward. Like, it's not something he typically does. Like, hi, I'm here, sort of. But let's not make this take any longer than it needs to, kind of hug.
And she pulls back immediately, saying, please be able to tell me that you have not been in Zadash recently.
Oh?
Would Dante know where this is?
Yes, it's in the Empire between Rexentrum, the capital city that you are very familiar with and you used to live in, and Nicodranus down on the Menagerie coast in the Clovis Concord. It's kind of a like a city right in between those two, and no, yeah, you actually haven't. I'm not sure that you've ever been there.
Okay. There's gonna be sort of like, he's gonna raise his eyebrow and go, not recently. Why? What's happened? Do I need to know something?
We've gotten reports of a creature, and she hesitates.
Those creatures, the same ones?
A creature matching your description.
Well, it certainly weren't me. How close are they? Are they traveling?
Here, they're not close to here. We've gotten reports, and we sent hunters, and I lost 4 hunters to this creature in Zadash.
Right. Do you have descriptions of the ones that have been reported?
1. Singular.
1.
That was why I've been trying to sit on it, but then when I quietly sent hunters out, and those hunters quietly did not return, it became a bit bigger of a deal. I have promised you that I wasn't going to tell anyone, and I haven't.
Good. I'd like to keep that information to myself, preferably.
But a tall, muscular, pale, white-haired, gaunt gentleman walking around with swords.
Does Dante know who this is from description alone?
It reminds you of somebody that you were once held captive with.
Somebody that you used to.
And who tried to stop you from leaving.
Right. I think Dante's probably gonna grimace at this description. He's gonna go, "Oh, sugar. I think I know who you're describing. I thought he was dead. Okay. I might have to go solve this."
Unfortunately not. And she looks back towards the door. You are still a member, aren't you?
Of course. Never renounced it. You would think after what I've been through, I'm not exactly going to leave so easily. Though those particular creatures do freak me out, shall we say.
You are... Your scent is stronger than it used to be. And I fear if you cross that threshold that those that are attuned to such senses will feel something is wrong. If you know who this is, they gathered attention by wantonly killing people, first in their sleep and then brazenly out in the daylight.
Right, yep. I definitely need to go fix that problem. And you can see by the way he says fix that he doesn't really want to say what it is that he needs to do.
If there were a head of this creature to provide evidence that it is not you.
Bad break coming up, guys.
Then we very much could... We could see what we can do to have you more accepted. Gods know we accept all sorts of monsters.
Gods and monsters.
And that is where we're going to take a quick break because the ads are popping up.
50 seconds for this first one.
Thank you for the warning. It just popped up. There we go. If we run ads start in 41 seconds here.
We don't get to start it, it just starts itself. After an
Sorry,
hour.
I saw the pre-roll. I saw the pre-roll timer. But yes, so she very, very politely and kind of almost forcefully draws the dagger that she had, but draws the entire thing, sheath and all, and slams it into your chest and says, If it can't be reasoned with, cut its fucking head off.
Shit.
Okay, he's gonna hold the dagger. He's gonna be like, "Of course, you know how we do."
You know how we do.
Olo would just like flap his wings and just turn his head almost upside down, looking at you like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think at this point he's gonna go, "Oh, by the way, this is Olo," and points to the owl.
And her countenance suddenly shifts just that little bit of like she's looking at a pet, and just, "Oh, Olo, good to meet you." And she starts petting you like you're the most beautiful owl in the whole world.
Oh, he fully leans in, like he's just like, oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
And from this exchange, Dante, please add a dusk dagger, the very rare variant.
Ooh.
Cute. Figure out how I do that.
Let's everybody say ooh at the same time.
Ooh.
Seagulls.
Owl.
Seagulls, stop it now. I'm too rare formed for this world.
Now.
I'm too rare formed for this world. All right.
Yeah, we're in the ads. By the way, Maria, we need to have a conversation about enchanting your thing.
Just to be clear, while we are in this ad, I believe our subscribers who have certain memberships.
Oh yeah, subscribers are still saying.
Yeah, we have like two. We have two entire
live.
subscribers right now. Thank you for what you do.
Hi guys.
So no spoilers during the ad breaks.
Welcome to the commercial break.
Careful what you say.
Shoot. Well, for me, it was
By the
only
way, the
30 seconds
BDEG
in my
is.
For me, it was only 30 seconds in the back.
Right, how do I add this shadow dagger stuff?
So when are we?
Yeah, go to your.
Are we corrupting Akira, and making it meeple? I'm just joking. That's not happening.
Go to your. It's not happening today. But go to your inventory. Go to equipment. Hit add to equipment, and then in the search bar, search dusk, and look for the purple one at the bottom of the list.
A dusk dagger, very rare.
Yes, the very rare variant. It is by all means a regular magical dagger, except in dim light and darkness. Then it adds a d12 to the damage.
Ooh,
nice.
The purple one, did you say?
Yes.
Yes, the purple one, the very rare variant. There's a rare variant that adds a d8. There's a uncommon variant that only adds a d4.
Only. I mean, hey, is extra damage.
Extra damage is extra damage, and it's non-attunement.
That's taking away max hit points, my dude.
So, Jeremy, not for nothing, but like, since we're doing this whole, hey, we're trying to experiment with the ads and everything like that, we've been sitting at 11/12 viewers this whole time.
I know. I've been checking, and I'm just like, fuck yeah,
that's
dude.
pretty high count for us. Yeah,
I love it.
Unusually high count.
We started with 10, which I was like, that's really cool.
Yeah,
glad everybody's here watching. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, I have a question to talk.
Trying to do the thing.
I just realized. So the BDEG.
Don't lose your job over this, Ro.
It's a good joke. It's a great joke, even. But you gotta stop. And see, this lets us get out our pregame tendencies in game just for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Just for a few minutes.
10 seconds.
10 seconds till we're back.
You know.
10 seconds till we're back. But
Did somebody like
get
give me a sub or something? Because I do not have an ad.
Interact with the people.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I'm seeing the same thing where I only got a 30-second ad, and then
that might have been due to like when you logged on and like if you got added, if you got hit by ads at like pre-roll or something or early on. I don't know how things work. Hey, we're back. So welcome back.
That's how it works.
And that's who y'all are gonna go and fight.
Oh wow.
I knew
it. Hydra, really?
Yeah. In Vasselheim, would it work? No. But Dante and Liliana slamming the dagger into your chest sideways rather than directly.
That's usually beneficial.
Phrasing.
Yeah, phrasing. asks you with an amount of command to cut its fucking head off.
Of course. You know how we do.
You know how we do, baby.
What if I smash it like a melon? I'm kidding, I'm not there.
And
I mean, if they let us, we can hear it because we are linked.
yes, if Dante Nolo want to share that.
I mean, if you want to go full
Absolutely
galley,
not. Okay.
Dante's like,
What about Olo?
Yeah, what about Olo?
Not need to know
Yeah,
this.
Olo. There are two people here linked.
That's true.
But no.
Yes, then scritching Auladon and just, oh, you're such a pretty bird. Yes, you are.
I think
Yeah,
at
all
this
anyone
point-
is hearing in the psychic link is like, oh my god, these scratches are so good.
Like they are really good. Like as her hand gets up to you, you see her nails kind of sharpen just a little bit. Like she is very purposefully giving the best scritches.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think at this point, Dante's going to be like, "Oh, by the way, this literally is a friend of mine. It's not a pet. I didn't befriend this owl. It's literally a friend."
And she kind of stops for a second and like brings her hand back and
He don't mind, but it's literally a friend.
wait. Literally a friend.
As in, not normally an owl kind of friend.
Yeah, I lift up the wings like,
And just, like kind of, and then she kind of pulls her hand back and then says, "My apologies. Then, is it all right if I pet you?"
I bow.
Sorry, the certain amount of sentience dictates asking first.
Hoot hoot. Hoot.
The most proper hoot I've ever heard.
And she just
There it is.
pets along your head for a few more seconds and just. Well, unless you want others to pick up your scent, it might behoove you to.
Hold on.
If there are were-cows, that is a highly inappropriate phrasing.
Wait, so are you non-explicitly telling me that perhaps there are people within this guild that may mistake me for said creature that's killing people?
Well,
I'm not saying.
it is
I'm
a
not telling you that.
it is a werelion that is also a vampire.
Ooh.
Twilight who?
Fangs on that thing must be amazing.
Right?
And I'm not sure if you know this, but for those of us that are trained, you reek of vampire.
I was not aware of this. You can visibly see him getting a little bit more agitated now.
Stop telling me I smell funny.
Exactly. I don't.
Look, I can't
see-
use silver,
myself.
so I carry iron. I can't help that blood
self-esteem.
has iron in it.
Oh, poor Dante's self-esteem.
No,
We'll get you a hot chocolate afterwards.
I think he's fully gonna be like, well, I was hoping to
Trying
look
to kill him?
for a couple more quests in here, but considering what you've told me, maybe you can grab some that might be of interest to me. Minus what you've already told me.
This one is the safest thing that I can give to you. My position these days has grown considerably since last we met. I've come up in ranks. Not just overseeing the guild in Rexentrum anymore. I'm here now. I'm a pillar of the community. And if it is found that I
consorted with me, you can see like he's getting a little bit irritated now.
harbored your secret for years and years.
It's not their business.
And she sniffs the air again. Unfortunately, that is not something that is up to you or I.
Rainbow cookies.
Especially when whomever this person is and you can tell like she's been saying it that way vaguely, and then she stops. Was it Gray?
If I'd hazard to guess, yes.
As you say yes, the door behind her opens again and she winces. And you see a very well coiffed, darker skinned gentleman in a nice suit.
Excuse me.
Very well kept facial hair. A lot shorter and more well kept than you last saw him. And he, on seeing you,
Ooh, they got the look.
Kids are just the best.
They got the look. You can tell they got the look. I didn't even have to see it to know.
Oh no!
From that one, too. I was like, oh,
it wasn't.
okay.
She had a question. I answered it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just answering directly. But he sees your eyes, Dante, and as opposed to Liliana, Elias's eyes look kind, joyful. He leaves the door half ajar as he dives towards you and buries his head into your shoulder. Liliana jumping back to actually shut the door all the way.
I think Dante's just gonna absentmindedly like pat at his head, kind of like almost comforting in a way.
He
They're there.
Dante, you
I'm alive, he says, kind of somberly.
you are you're here, and he like squeezes your shoulder. You're strong, you're well.
That's debatable.
What?
Hoot. I just look at Dante like,
Are you okay? What, like, gods, you must be freezing from outside. Are you?
I think at
Come
this
in.
point, Dante is just gonna gently push him away and just be like, I promise you, I'm fine. I'm not cold, but I have a lot going on.
Excuse me.
And he looks back towards Liliana for a second, and then back towards you, and you can tell he hasn't picked up on it yet.
He's gonna add,
Or maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he isn't realizing it or something. But he's just happy to see you.
he's gonna just add, I cannot stay. I've been given a very important mission that I have to take out.
And his hand kind of okay. When you return, then I have so much to and he kind of reaches his right hand back and kind of grabs Liliana's hand and brings her gently to his side and kind of interlaces fingers with her. We have things to tell you. Ooh.
Can Dante figure anything out from the?
Oh, that's a. Their hands are interlocking in a way that is more than gentle friendly.
I think Dante's gonna tilt his head, maybe slightly sniff at the air and go, in a very friendly way, I see. Seems like you have very good news to tell me.
Well, she's second in command of all of the Claret orders, and she's and we his eyes get a little bit almost somber, and you were missing for so long.
I am not mad. I approve. I think you've made an excellent choice.
Oh.
Yeah. Me too.
Why would I be mad, Elias? I apologize for making you think that I was dead. I shouldn't have done that. I should have sent a message sooner. But I am not mad.
He kind of gestures like he's kind of wanting to kiss your cheek, but not wanting to be too forward about it in this whole circumstance.
Dante will fully allow it. He can kind of see what he's trying to do, and he'll like move his face so that his cheek's facing.
Oh yeah, a little tilt down. You're hella tall, and yeah, and he kind of still right hand in Liliana's kind of brings his face to yours and just kisses your cheek and kind of rests his left hand on the kiss spot and I'm just glad to see you.
I am too, but
and Liliana trying to support you in your distance, kind of very politely tightens her hand and pulls him back from you. Yes, Dante is. There is a time-sensitive matter, and he looks and sees that you're holding Liliana's dagger, and he, oh, okay, yes, right. It must be very important.
It is, I promise. But once I'm done, and I get the chance, we can all have a chat.
Oh, that's cute.
We'll have a feast. You're back. You're alive. You're. Well, hurry the hell back so I can use some of those recipes that you taught me.
Of course. And you two stay safe. I don't want to hear that anything has happened to either of you.
Liliana kind of snarls under her breath in a friendly way, as one can, and just kind of, no one would dare. Not here.
Exactly what I like to hear, he says. And I think at that point, he's just going to swivel and go, see you around.
Yes, please. And as you head out, and you kind of hear Liliana be like, just very, very jokingly be like, stop looking at his ass. And just dragging him back. And you're like,
has a fine ass, I'm just saying.
Yeah, full on Elias. What? I look at the ones that you look at. they go back through the door.
That was funny.
and y'all see Dante stepping back out. Y'all kind of doing your pacing thing, or there's some stands opening up down the road a bit.
I actually had a question.
Aye.
Is there a D&D equivalent to chess, or does chess exist?
Chess exists for sure.
Okay. If
they try and dragon it up by calling it dragon chess, but that just feels really pretentious to me.
Okay.
More pretentious than just chess,
Dragon.
which is already its own.
It's already its own pretentious hellhole. If Storm was down for it, Eredrin would have been like projecting like a mental chessboard and trying to play chess with Storm.
I don't think the Storm has ever actually played chess.
Well, then he would teach you.
I mean, there's snow right there. You can like etch out a board in the snow, and
No, mental, my dude.
Well, you can only do words.
I mean,
what's Eredrin's intelligence?
Out of character.
18.
High.
Yeah, mine's 19 right now. Like we're intellectual enough that we could just be like pawn to e4 and like
Hey,
know the locations on the board. But
as an out of character aside, so we mentioned dragon chess. Dragon chess is not, in fact, just pretentious chess. Dragon chess was originally from like back in the 1980s. It was made by Gary Gygax. It is like 3 chessboards operating simultaneously in order to play a much more dynamic game. So yeah, dragon chess is not more pretentious than regular chess, but you probably are pretentious if you know how to play it.
Okay.
3 chessboards simultaneously, that is triple pretentious. You can't change my mind.
But it's not just 3D chess, it's 3 chess games at once. That's fucked up.
It is a 3-tiered chessboard.
Still, though, both of us, I believe, are intellectually smart enough that we could still pull that off in our heads.
Fair enough.
If you consider 10 the average human being,
at a +4, that's definitely possible.
Yeah.
So what are you guys doing? Just going like pawn to like row 3 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, in our heads, so you and Olo hear it as well. You know?
Yeah, no, we are projecting to you guys, and then every once in a while you'll hear like an expletive from one of us. Yeah.
Board 3, pawn 1 to Eve, whatever, you know.
You know what? Fuck yeah! This is the best first roll of a session ever. Y'all roll off because wait, are one of you proficient in? I
am not proficient in dragon chess.
I'm not either. Well, actually,
then both of you just
I will
roll
take my
straight.
morning proficiency as dragon chess.
Retroactively do that shit.
No, no. You already had. You're well into the
You had
morning.
time.
Your morning.
I already gave my breakfast.
Your morning is 5 hours old.
That's fair.
So,
okay, I'll take that.
So both of you go ahead and roll non-proficient intelligence checks at each other, and we'll see who wins.
Fuck.
I'll just say the D.
This is a D20 roll. Can I?
It is a D20. It is a D20 roll and an ability
Can I throw
check.
my psychic thing? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's not even fair.
Wait, why did you roll a second D20? What?
Oh yeah, it was just supposed
because
to be
my spacebar is my push to talk, and if you hit spacebar after rolling, it rolls again. So it rolled 3. So ignore it. 12 is the roll.
Yeah, 12, and then
here's
D8.
my D8.
I didn't even realize you rolled 3 times. Jeez.
Sorry, what was it that Olo said to Dante?
Yeah, hold on.
I said 1 gold on Storm winning, but I've lost.
You know what? Guidance.
I mean, Dante's
Petty.
confused.
Love it.
Guidance.
You know what? I'll buy myself. Hold on, I have spice.
You know what, dude? It's true to play this game, motherfucker.
Gonna spend spices.
Gonna spend spices on a mental dragon chess game.
Just take the L.
No, I'm not taking the L.
Just take the L.
if you take this L now, you can possibly not take an L in combat.
Beginner's
later.
luck, you know?
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right
Wait,
now,
do
it's
you?
si- right
Hold
now
on.
it's yeah. Right now it's 16 to
Storm's up
17.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 16 to 17. Are you gonna let it stand?
Sure.
Okay.
But we're not done with this. We're not done with
I
this.
let you
for,
in, you know?
for that,
Hear the pain.
I'll say for that. Do you have a heroic inspiration at this moment?
Let me check.
Yeah, burn your
I
heroic
do.
inspiration for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well then I
Just get that on the table
can't
for
stack
him.
I can't stack an extra one on you, but I will. But making a character growth concession would be a heroic inspiration kind of thing.
I mean, that close, wouldn't it be like a I just got stalemated situation?
Well, not even stalemated, but just barely like you missed one spot and got checkmated. Like really,
Or like an insufficient pieces situation, like we both
exactly.
You were just too
went so
focused.
far,
You were
yeah.
just too focused on teaching me that you weren't
Yeah.
paying full attention to the board, and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah, sure, yeah.
checkmate."
You fucker.
Yeah, full on, just like using your sword in the snow, just to be like, see, like, and if this is this, then and like checking the check, and you fucker, is what Dante comes out to, just not in his direction.
We're
For
having
me
a rematch
confirming
tonight.
That in Olo's mind, that Storm is the brains of the party, like fully confirming it.
totally
Like at this
does.
point, like yeah.
Oh god, I didn't think of that. Damn it.
You know what?
I can't wait till Olo sees him without his brain. This is gonna be
Yeah,
such.
I'm excited for this.
The
when we
best
see
day.
it without
The
it.
best day.
It's gonna be so great. Anyway, yeah, well, beginner's luck and all that, and I hear it's best to quit while you're ahead. So, you know, I think I'll leave with the one win.
Cutting from
No, I do think we will be having a rematch.
All right, fair enough.
cutting from this back to the Menagerie Coast for a moment. Luca, you are as people are filing out, Mary Elise hugs you deeply, just like gripping onto your back and holding you close, like.
Honestly, I think she's gonna get the same back because that was stressful. Like for Luca too.
You know, I can handle this. I can handle this. Like while you're doing that, Darius comes around and full on like hugs you from the side.
That's cute. That is so cute.
You didn't have to do that for me. I could have taken care of it myself.
In this situation, and like in many others, I did what I felt was right.
Fair. That's fair.
And also, this is what I would do for anyone that I care about.
Yes, sir.
I care about you, Adarius. And I appreciate you. And I'm sorry. We didn't know. I didn't know.
I know that.
But I'm glad that you're here. And it looks like we've got a lot of work to do.
I feel like perhaps I need to do a touch more to earn that belt the Storm left with me.
And you've already earned that.
He steps around and starts re-armoring up all the bits and baubles back on.
You've already earned that.
Is it
And I think
is it the archer sequence?
kind of.
And I think for today, even though there is so much work left to do, I think for today, maybe we don't. Today, maybe we relax. Today, maybe we just enjoy the win while we have it.
And quick above table, real quick. Didn't he originally join up with the Dwendalian military to like help send money to his family?
Yeah.
Did we offer anything to like for that to like because we should?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
Yes, he did. I heard
he's
it.
on payroll. He's been on payroll. Luca has been paying Adarius this whole time.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
So
Of course,
so if
yeah.
Adarius has money, he can
he
turn
has-
around and send it back. Yeah.
Okay,
I was like,
all right, cool.
y'all didn't know he's been sending money home.
Yeah, Luca has been paying Adarius since the very beginning because I just didn't feel right, him just being in service for no pay. So
it was like legitimately it's one of the ways that they found him.
So I understand that like a lot of times the things that Luca does happen in the background and they don't actually get said a lot like on stream. But Luca does a lot with his money in the background. That being one of those things.
Fair enough.
Setting up a bank account in case someone dies, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That one was such a big deal though that we did do that live on stream.
Yeah, that one was legal trust.
And the first person you use it on is the one that half the party disdains.
The one that you said was going to backstab us.
I'll say earned that disdain.
Yeah,
Come on.
I know. I work for it. Yeah.
Hey, and I was gonna say, it's
You
not
work for every
necessarily
ounce of that.
it's not necessarily disdain. It's more like just there's no love lost.
Luca is very much a lived example of do good recklessly.
Yes.
And you know what?
Yes, and some of those consequences just came to bite at him, but continuing to adhere to do good recklessly was able to shake it off.
I'm actually really glad the storm wasn't there for that, by the way, because he might have hit somebody.
I was like, he might have fucked somebody.
God,
yeah,
yeah.
he might have fucked somebody up.
He might have hit somebody.
She was a bitch. I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely.
She had a claw. She had a claw in her craw and wanted to take it out. But
and Storm would have been happy to help with that.
Sometimes as players we have to make characters that people don't like.
But
I mean, to be fair, as far as Knock knows, like you're cool. Like he's heard the stories of what happened to Vax. He's like, oh, we're cool now though. So Knock isn't really any of the wiser.
Ultimately,
we've been getting caught up, buddy. Trust me.
As far as things that have been revealed to the party that we know in character, Nyack has done more good than harm.
So much more good than harm, for sure.
But as far as things that haven't been revealed, we don't know because we don't know.
Shane knows a lot. It's true.
And Shane hasn't killed him, so we'll just leave it at that. Okay.
Speaking of, bringing it back, Mary Elise, in you saying to enjoy the win, she pulls back and cradles your face with her claws and says, "Then today, go to your friends. Enjoy what time there is to enjoy. I'll go and get some of the paperwork started, things moving, but at least you're a newlywed. You should be able to enjoy that, at least for a goddamned moment."
Thank you.
I love you, son.
Love you too, Mom.
Darius, as soon as you are done getting ready, we're going for a walk. You have the half a rock.
What can I do with that half a rock?
use it. You know where it came from,
Yes.
and so because you know where it came from, you can use it to focus on teleporting to that place.
Okay. Then in that case, I will take that magic half a rock, which is not actually magic, and I will.
That's super non-magical half a rock.
And I'll use the super magical stick that goes with that rock to teleport myself to that location.
Man,
All right.
Imagine if that was a rock just dropped from like a random traveler passerby.
Yeah. Yeah, you
From an
you know
entirely different place.
Yeah, you know it's Vasselheim, and so
Locational gachapon. What?
right, exactly, and so you.
The elemental plane of Earth. Damn it, Kavana.
Damn it, Kavana.
Or Erdrin. I mean, that's where he came from.
That's fair.
I was just referring to the rock merchant, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But you appear and see the simulacrum of Yusa actually standing there, talking very politely with two members of the guards that now have an open door to the Platinum Sanctuary. This enormous, beautiful marble building that is uphill from up mountain, I say, up mountain a bit from the rest of Vasselheim, and you can see over this big, beautiful town the enormous Earth Titan now frozen over the edge of town. It is a bit nipply in the air here, but
Bit nipply.
but
A tidbit nipply, yeah.
I have a cold
but
weather
it is-
outfit programmed into my shift weave, so here we go.
Touch.
yeah, you've traveled in cold areas before. But the day is dawning here probably in the next little while, and Yusim looks up and yes, it's actually a very fine enchantment that I'm able to be in multiple places at once and really be able to. Luca, you made it.
Finally, yes.
So I'm sorry I couldn't be more help. He kind of, excuse me, hands the other guards and comes up closer. I
feel like you have plenty of help, actually. It seems that everything worked out. So let's not dwell then, all right?
Indeed.
Today is a good day.
Today is a good day.
Use my AK.
Let's go find your friends. They walked off somewhere into the city. You know.
I think by this time we've probably maybe headed.
Yeah, y'all are getting back to the quad roads. This is kind of simultaneous time frame, and would I feel like I can trust you. Would you like
Considering
to?
that you just sort of saved my life in a way, I'd like to think you can too.
You want to see a cool trick?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Not going to like a location with you.
he God. Do you have an inspiration right now? No.
I do.
Okay, fine. Yeah, if somebody doesn't have one, take it. Okay, you got it. Fuck, dude. That was
good.
rough.
That was good.
You hear this kind of guttural growl under his breath as he kind of breathes in, and then his body distends, arms turning into wings, neck elongating, a golden dragon appearing in his stead as he extends out into a gold dragon. And he kind of ducks low, offering his neck. Come, let us find them.
Okay, that is very cool. Just climbing up.
And rather than having to walk downhill and into town, and past things, you just mount up on his neck, and you can tell he's very comfortable with having someone ride, right around his shoulders, and just takes off. Part of how I was able to smooth things over with the Platinum Sanctuary.
So is this just a polymorph trick?
Shit!
Or are you telling me something very big and important here?
I am going to assume that this will not float around Nicodranus.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Beautiful. And
So that's how that potion came about.
learning.
It all makes sense now.
You
It all,
drank use of blood.
it's all come together.
Well, use of blood potion. There's a difference.
That's a hand you don't tip. Gotcha.
Bloodletting's been outlawed.
Many people will try to capitalize on a golden dragon.
I just got an idea.
I prefer less conspicuousness.
If I'm being honest with you,
We have a bunch of dragon blood.
I like to think that
Oh my god.
I like to think I'm a pretty clever guy. All right, but I don't assume that I am more clever than a gold dragon. So, no, I will not try to capitalize on that. You're the one in control in this power dynamic, friend.
Well, indeed.
So if you say this doesn't get around, it doesn't get around.
There is the storm, and he banks, and the rest of you see coming down off the mountain. Some of you a little quicker than others, but you see golden dragon wings out, kind of that morning sun glisten as he's pretty high up, and then dipping into the shadow of the valley, and you see Luca riding his back, heading right to you. As y'all get back into the quad roads.
I was gonna say, you all just hear in your head, is that a fucking dragon?
Part of the course.
Storm looking up, pulling out his hammer. Where? Oh, it's a gold dragon.
I think Dante would have smelt it, and I think even he would have been like ready to pull out his sword. Be like, what the?
By the way, while we were walking, Dante and I were going to continue our discussion of enchantments for Dante's sword.
Ah,
He
yes.
already had his sword out for. He would have pulled this sword out and been like, look, this is the sword that I'm thinking about enchanting. I kind of want it to act sort of like a boomerang. So if I was to throw it or it was to get stuck, I could pull it back to me. I don't know if that's something that could work. Like
Oh no, it works. It works. Storm's hammer does that.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
And I mean, there's a lot that we can do with that actually. There, We can do that. We can also imbue your sword with different spells, give you different things you can do with that. I'm guessing no silver inlay.
Yeah, let's pass on the silver inlay. Like I said, not
Okay.
much love.
Yeah, no, you're definitely a gold. Yeah,
Of course, it's got to match my eyes, you know.
obviously. But yeah, we'll start getting sketched up with that, and I'll make sure we get to work on that soon.
Personally,
Oh.
I'm the silver inlay myself.
You might want to check see if my sword can hold such an enchantment, but I've been told it may not be possible.
Oh, come on, we can figure it out.
I'm sure we can.
Just because I'm curious, with Shadow's obscene passive, could he have heard the conversation in the guild hall?
I was tempted to ask that earlier
I'll
too.
say,
I'm just curious.
I'll say, were you trying to? Would be the question.
Honestly, were you?
I mean,
would-
like,
would-
if
would-
I'm 100% honest, like with who my character is, he probably would have been. Just
That's-
because he's curious.
and that's why I'm asking, because
Yeah.
it does sound like a thing he would do to
Yeah.
me.
Right.
But okay, in that case, actually make an active perception check, because you would definitely have been able to hear that you could hear the murmuring, but paying closer attention. Go ahead and roll. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
I would like to say Dante was actively trying to block this from being heard mentally.
Oh no, not mentally.
this isn't
I'll
the
say,
mental
not
one.
mentally. Yeah, y'all were being quiet. I was
No,
putting
yeah.
the DC, I was putting the DC at like 27, like really hard, because outside versus inside of your thick wood doors. But Shadow, like, realizing
Shadow's not in on the mental convo.
He's
that's
not in on
going
the
for the dragon chess. So
he's not in on the mental convo, and he's a cat man who naturally tries to
curiosity killed the cat. Sometimes.
pay attention to things.
It
So-
really might in this case.
It's only if you know that I put on.
Yeah, you heard
He
you
says
heard you
anything
got
is entirely
you got
another
closer.
idea.
Yeah, you got closer to the door. You actually like heard what was going on, and with the 29, you heard Dante start to step towards the door and got the fuck away.
Just got back up on Storm's shoulder, just chilling. Just acting like I'm watching, playing like I've been there the whole time watching what's going on.
He was there the whole time.
Act natural.
Exactly. So, getting
Sorry
back
for the
together.
pain. I was just genuinely
No, you're
curious about that.
you're totally fine. That's a legit question. Sometimes Teddy does not ask those kind of questions.
Things just get going and whatnot, and I don't like talking over people doing their story stuff, so I
And
just
he's
kind of let
being
it
a
roll.
producer. He's got other stuff going on. He's paying attention to the music.
Hail producer
Teddy.
Teddy.
Do like us and
my
just start
best.
talking over people.
Just for clarification's sake, are we saying that he heard everything, or are we saying
He heard
majority?
he heard
What he heard?
a significant amount of what was
A
said.
portion.
Okay, so
A
he knows.
significant amount of what was said.
So you're saying he knows what Dante doesn't want people to know, is what you're saying.
As is a thing that Shadow often does, yes.
Okay, cool.
He knows.
I just wanted to be completely clear.
He doesn't know so many things.
Yeah.
I
I have no
know
idea
nothing
what
about
you're
nothing.
talking about.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about nothing. I definitely don't know about that.
I really haven't a single clue about that one.
Indeed.
He heard so much that he knows you don't want people to hear about it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he is not the party gossip. That's
No.
Eredrin.
I
So
would-
flying in.
Not.
I would
That's
like to
Olo.
ask, though, I would like to ask, though, despite this, does he act any different? Like, knowing the information that he now knows that he's not supposed to know?
No, I
I'd
know
say
a
he's
lot of
pretty sly.
I know a lot of things I'm not supposed to know.
Yeah.
This
Fair
isn't
enough.
this
I
isn't
just-
just
I
it's
just
just
had to
another
ask.
normal everyday kind of occurrence, really. Getting to know information that people don't want others to know. It's just
Okay.
kind of it is what it is. It's just more information.
he's also still technically new to the group, so he's you know.
He's feeling out everybody.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, how
So-
long have I actually like been a member of the party? Like, it's just basically been primarily
Technically
down, the
3
downtime.
months now,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
like
downtime,
before
so,
that
like-
and whatnot, like not a whole
Indeed.
lot.
It must suck trying to
3
get
months and a
shadow,
few
like,
days.
a gift or something like that, because like just he can hear you walking with it and just be like, I know what that is. Just,
Yeah.
But y'all walking into the quad roads, seeing this dragon bank and come in and very kindly approach. There are, much like several of you, there are several people here that kind of react when they hear the dragon wings, and then kind of, seeing that it's a gold dragon, seeing that somebody's actually riding it, that they are coming in for a landing and not a blow of fire, kind of settle back a little bit. And
I can make out Luca on the back.
oh yeah, for sure. All like everybody can see that there's a rider. Y'all can tell that it's Luca.
As the dragon lands,
upon seeing,
or go ahead. No, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say upon seeing this, Kira would have like immediately started running into like plotting the trajectory that the dragon was gonna land, running towards it and doing their best not to sprout their wings. Like you can see the sparks as if they were gonna happen, but they contained them. They couldn't be happier than this like moment right here. They are ecstatic.
And what I was going to say, I was going to call out to the dragon. My father rode a gold dragon.
Cool, bro.
Very interesting.
And if they've landed, I've damn near tackled Luca.
For sure.
Like
And
I will
that's-
jump.
That's how I get off of the dragon. Is
Yeah,
I
you
get
get
tackled.
tackled.
I will jump up. I will jump up there if you want me to do the acrobatics. For it.
You can just fly up there if you wanted. Just fly at him.
Full on. He's landing, and Luca's not resisting.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how we get off. I make Luca dismount by tackling him damn near.
Can't go wrong.
But I make sure we don't. I make sure we land on our feet. And yeah,
or into a snowbank. This is a freshly plowed street.
Oh, then you know what? Let's go ahead and Hallmark movie it out.
100%.
Just like down into the snow, full makeout, no words exchanged, until like that kiss is over, and then it's like, hi.
Alex,
Hi.
should I hold up a blanket or something like that?
Hi.
Akira will then pull Luca up to standing, so he can dust off the snow. I take it everything went well?
We're not going to talk about the dragon.
Probably better than it should have. Definitely better than it could have.
The dragon is secondary for Akira. You guys can talk about the dragon.
Yeah, you'll see Storm.
That's an
and,
in-character
and
statement.
Shadow like talking like back and forth. I'm on his shoulder. Just like, are we really seriously? Are we not going to talk about it?
I'm going to talk to the dragon. Hello. Who are you?
I think Don has to follow you with that.
Hello. And the dragon kind of like sits up on its hind legs, and then its claw kind of charges some energy and blasts itself, and kind of just nods and tries to do it again.
I think at this point, Dante's just going to be like, by the way, you are absolutely beautiful. Your scales just shimmer in the light.
Thank you very much. And blasts his chest with energy again, and it doesn't seem to do anything, and kind of snarls at himself for a second.
Performance anxiety? What's going on?
Can I insight or arcana to if I know what that, like if I recognize that blast of energy?
Yeah,
Same.
you can
I
arcana
prefer
check.
insight,
He's
or
trying to
arcana
summon
works.
the nuke.
Okay.
And I'd prefer to try Insight than Arcana if that was me.
I would too,
My
because
pa- my past,
Well, you rolled acrobatics.
my past
so-
insight.
I rolled acrobatics. Oops, never mind. Forget that. So that'd be a
Well,
flat 10 then.
That'd be a flat 10. Well, Doomer, you clock it like after the first 2 times. He's shooting Dispel Magic at himself.
Oh.
And then Eredrin, you clock it the last time. By that I mean the 4th time, which he does, and then it's like the dragon suddenly peels away, at least illusorily, not viscerally, if you will. Just the illusion of the dragon kind of peels away, and what's left standing there is a snow dragon with its claw in its chest, sitting on its other 3 claws.
I would respond, knowing how Glorious feels about simulacrums. Glorious, have at it.
She full on, thank you, and dives at it and just plops into it and just ruins this perfect snowy statue.
Can I intuit what happened from that?
I mean, you knew that there was a simulacrum with your party before,
right? Yeah,
and that it was intent on getting rid of itself after everything situated one way or another.
Right.
This was it. Asus is the golden dragon, therefore this is that simulacrum. The simulacrum transformed into the golden dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm just making sure Storm knows that.
Yeah, it doesn't take a huge amount of insight to, especially realizing like what was being cast and when it was being cast. It's very within common insight for you.
After figuring that out, beaming over to Storm's head. Wait, Akira had a golden dragon potion. Wait, do you think that's made from blood?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Perhaps.
I mean,
because if so, the Emerald Lake could be.
I mean, potions of like giant strength, like this one, because I have a potion of like frost giant strength, don't I?
It got handed to you by Olo.
Yeah. Usually have bits of them in it. I mean, like I think there's a toenail floating around in here. So.
No, that looks like Olo's toenail.
Oh.
Just needed somewhere to put it.
Not a fan.
So, I mean, it could be blood.
Bewildered expression on his face at this point.
We do still have tiny bits of dragon.
No, I think we have like 50 some odd gallons of dragon's blood.
We do, you know, and I was going to use some of that for my new brew.
Whatever's left over. I mean, what a way to fly into battle.
What if it's like the purple chest burster that like gives you that like you can feel the ground and whatnot? What if it's got some sort of side effect like that?
It probably will, considering the psychic nature of it.
It makes
Yeah,
you
the
hear
side
other
of it-
people's thoughts uncontrollably.
Akira will chime in. Be careful, you'll be dealing with psionic things.
Points at self.
Yes.
Okay.
Makes sense. It points at the lot of you.
Akira's just like, be careful with the blood. Just.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying,
of course. Yeah, I
like,
mean,
with the potion, whatever's left over after you make the brew, we could make psychic dragon potions. Maybe.
yeah, I'd have to ponder on that.
We should talk to Valineth about that at some point.
Yeah, we should talk to Valineth about that.
You can ponder the dragon orb about making dragon potions.
Under the dragon orb.
Someone caught what I was getting at there.
I caught it. I was just in the middle of typing
You threw
something,
it,
so the brain
and
was
we
occupied.
all caught it.
We are
1 minute
just
warning,
about to-
guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You threw it. We caught it.
So, Go ahead.
Let's go throw the orb.
Just
I
about
was going to say, I think at this point, now that everybody's here, Dante would just be like, hey, I have something I need to sort that I may need you guys' help with.
Sure.
There is a killer on the loose of the
Double sure.
supernatural variety, I think. And I may need you guys' help to remove its presence.
Done.
Removing presences seems to be our speciality.
Yeah, especially the evil killer ones.
Mm-hmm. And he's gonna
Where?
just, he's gonna pause for a minute and go, I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a bit of a personal vendetta here.
We love vendettas here.
We also deal with those gestures to dragon armor.
Okay.
If we didn't tell you, this is from that one's father.
And the guy who
and I
captured
point to
me
Akira.
the guy who captured me for 15 years.
That too.
Ah, okay. So you understand then when I say vendetta, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, all too well.
Yeah. I will be frank with you guys.
I thought
But your name was Dante.
I thought you were Dante. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us at the same time.
I'll be honest.
That's
I'll
in
be
character.
blunt.
Literally, all of us is like, I thought you were Dante.
Sorry, not 3 minutes full ad break, 3 minute ad break warning. There it goes. We are now at ad break.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that
I
was
love how
great.
we
That was a
all
great break. That was
Share
a
the
great
brain
We're on
cell.
ad break now.
I gotta pee.
Yeah, go Wiz.
We all share the brain
grab
cell,
water.
my dudes.
Oh god.
Yeah, I've noticed it gives like a 1 minute warning beforehand, and I was trying to inform about.
Do you actually get to pick when you put the ads in there?
Well, you can, but if you don't drop like a 1 minute ad in the middle of it and do that manually, then it will just do it at the hour mark.
Okay.
And it just has a time. It has a timer on it.
Cool. Awesome.
So yeah, it tells you so that you can be an informed streamer.
Yay.
It's nice.
He's very nice.
Yeah, like shortly after you said something
But
about the break
yeah, by the
period, it
by,
started the
14
minute timer.
viewers right now. Good God.
Hell yeah.
This is huge for us. We've been maintaining 10 and above this whole stream. Y'all motherfuckers, I love you.
Average at like 5.
Oh wait,
sometimes, you know.
I forgot that we were still streaming to them here.
Well,
Like all in my fixing my nose ring and everything.
Yeah, no, fix your shit. It's fine. That's what this time is for. But yeah, no, like on a good day, we were averaging 5 to 6. You know, normally 3 to 3.5 average. We might
think we've
actually have
easily
an
been
average
averaging
above
almost-
10 today.
Yeah, so far from
Yeah,
what I've
and
seen, I don't
that
think
means
it's
like we're
dropped
getting a
under.
triple our average.
Yeah, triple to quadruple our average.
Yeah.
Solid.
Which means
Experiment win.
Right?
We appreciate all you new watchers, and hopefully you become new subscribers. So
we
appreciate
apologize for the commercials, but at the same time, if it keeps you here, no, we don't.
No, well, that's the thing. The postulation given by the video that Beardy shared was that when there aren't pre-roll ads, which is one of the things that gets shut off when you do the 3 minute ad break once per hour, is that as if there's not pre-rolls, you will retain people way better. And so far, so fucking good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
we're up to
jumped
15.
Yeah,
This has been
I was gonna
great.
say.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
All right,
So
got 20
good.
seconds till we're back.
20 seconds.
You know, full. You know, for everybody at least.
Oh,
Full bore, full craw.
no, actually, I'll just DM it.
Damn it. What?
You're running a one shot? What?
One.
I mean,
making
we haven't
plans
had a
about
row
plans?
one shot in a long time, so I mean,
We have not had a row one shot in a long time. We should worry about that. And we're back. So with the group
Needle pulling thread.
back together, it is the time of morning where if you wanted to, even from down here, you can see that the the front gate doors of the Platinum Sanctuary up the hill are open now. Open for business.
Open for first sermon.
And for the morning sermon. And otherwise, if there are other things for other people to do here in town, the town is coming alive here in the early morning. Some of the early shops, those set up for food and normal daily routine kind of grab that are open early are open. Several of the restaurants now accepting people in. What do you all want to do with your day?
Dante wants steak.
I can, after,
Dante
yeah,
spoke
after the
first.
first sermon.
What's up?
First sermon up at Bahamut.
Yeah, I'm going with the storm to the sermon.
Yeah, that's where the storm was gonna go. He was also gonna actually along the way he was gonna just random passerby. Excuse me, do you know what time the Temple of Cold holds its morning services? If it holds any.
Oh, well, if when you walk up, I think you just call into the temple, and I think the Earthbreaker will just he's a little hardcore. You just call out for him, and he kind of appears. It's a little eerie.
Good to know. Thank you. Good day.
Good day.
And does that finger point, like finger gun snap, when he says bidet again?
Hey, he full on like. Okay, walks up.
And yeah, let me continue up to the Platinum Sanctuary for first sermon. Storm makes it clear to the rest of the group, if you don't want to sit through a sermon, there's other things you want to do, while the rest of us who do want to do that, you can. And then after the first sermon, we'll be discussing more important business with High Bearer.
And first sermon ends at the sunrise.
Yeah, when the sun fully crests over the mountain, and it can be seen in the valley. Basically, it starts when the sun hits the front door of the Platinum Sanctuary, and then ends when the sun kind of gets into the valley and it's dawn for the rest of the town.
Well, holy shit, I gotta sneeze and I gotta speak at the same time.
Oh no.
Get out of him.
Ha, he,
Get out of him.
Okay. Anywho.
Get out of him! What are you doing?
Anywho.
Where are his glasses? Sorry, that's mean.
Anywho,
yes.
Actually, I'm going to go, I guess, worship at Morden. I got some things to work on, some things to look at. I will meet you guys. I'll be back up here before important business, I guess.
Sounds good.
Anything else for anyone else?
I mean, what is Adrian doing? Because I think he might actually just follow him, considering they were kind of discussing the sword and enchantments and stuff.
No, he was
heading back to the forge. Yeah,
heading back to the Great Forge.
Yeah, I think Dante will just follow him, just tag along.
Sounds good.
Get me a fancy hammer while you're there.
Will do. I'm getting one for me too.
Yeah, Olo Owl will like fly up, swoop round by Storm, kind of tap Shadow on the head with my talon, and then fly back to Dante. Like just for the lols, like just fly back, tap you, and just keep flying back. And I'll sit on Dante's shoulder and look back at you like,
His head fully turned around, looking back.
yeah, like the whole way. Like,
Yeah. I'm gonna feel so bad for Dante when you wild shape out.
I got 5 hours. I'm good.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think Dante will be fine.
Druid shit.
He's
I
out before.
I will leave the link up as well so that if sermon ends early or anything, Storm or Akira can beam out to me and be like, "Hey, hurry back."
Right. Sounds good.
All right.
Is Luca going to service with us as well?
Yeah.
Cool.
Shadow
Lucas, follow
sending in
report.
on
Of course
service?
I'm going.
Yeah, Shadow will be going wherever the storm's going.
Fair enough.
Nah,
Then the last question is Alec.
Alec, yeah.
Alex.
Totally, I'm totally been here the whole time and didn't.
Yeah.
Get back.
No,
Split
you
in
know,
the
are
party,
you...
half of us are fighting Tiamat and half of us are fighting Titania. Which side are you going with?
Titania?
Is that not her name?
I got personal.
Titania?
Fucking Faye? Titania.
Titania.
It's
Titania technically
it is
is...
I mean,
Titania.
technically, I'm not
It is
wrong.
actually,
It's
yeah,
just-
it is actually Titania.
Yeah, well, yeah. Alec has got some personal beef with Dragon Lady, so there's that.
But no, Platinum
Those
Dragon
aren't real
Morning
Yeah,
Service.
yeah. Platinum Dragon morning service, where a lot of people are going. A couple of people are headed to the Great Forge of Moradin to go and do a few more things there. And then question mark. There's a whole ass town about you. If there's an option C or D or Z that you're headed towards.
The Slayer's Take is originally from here, and Nock is a member.
Yeah, that's true. I might actually swing on by the Slayer's Take and just reassociate myself, say hi to some people, and just kind of get some information and see if there's anything that might pique my interest there.
Cool. All right.
Like a flower, maybe?
Nobody
I
knows.
mean, as said before, I will always take that. I told them I'll take it free of charge.
Indeed. Well, as the group splits the quad roads, the closest one actually being Nog, because the Slayer's Take is right there in the quad roads.
Okay.
Also, point of fact, the reason I was hoping the other people would have stuff to do is because you don't need to do an actual sermon of Bahamut for us. Jeremy,
Yeah,
obviously.
don't worry. I won't perform a 45-minute
Cool.
soliloquy on Bahamut.
Wait, you know what? I think it's in my mind. I want to go.
You know what? This sermon is sounding quite interesting. Don't you agree, Dante?
That's what I was here for.
I do
dude.
agree. It sounds like a brilliant idea.
Chat
It sounds like a lot of you. It sounds like a lot of you are about to get yada yada.
No, you got to go to openai.com, my dude.
Nope. That was a joke. I don't AI. That shit sucks.
Nope.
Don't spread that shit.
Yeah.
Not an AI household.
Just making sure to say it out loud. Jeremy,
No,
in fact, does not support.
You can
AI.
use AI. Just use it fucking ethically.
Yeah.
Use it.
Currently, it's very hard to do. So my general
I
rule
agree.
is no.
I agree. If you
Yeah.
can't use it,
And
ethically,
It's an
not use it.
exception,
If
not a rule.
somehow any of my
They gave a
students find this,
presentation. They gave a presentation to the faculty at my college, telling them about the dangers of AI, and the person giving the presentation informed them that their presentation was generated by AI.
and if any of my students are seeing this, if I
It's a
catch any of
fucking
you
problem.
using AI, I will personally fail you from my class.
Yeah,
Automatic.
just for fun. Thanks for your money. But so the first place that
That's a
people
joke, State Department.
that the first one that someone gets to is Knock getting to the Slayer's Take. Now at this point in the morning, there are people kind of a few filing in at a time, walking in, people in different amounts of tough gear and things. Just walking in, kind of people almost like cheers. Like people that are here, people that live here, they all know each other. It's in the take especially. Yeah, Norm. As people are walking in, and
yeah, I believe the last time I was here, I was Alec. So I think that
this is in fact a different town. The last time you were at a Slayer's Take.
There was like, okay, never mind.
I'll say you were at the one in Grimgaleer. Grimgaleer is one of their very few satellite guild halls.
We haven't been here yet.
You're okay. But walking in, Cashaw, the guy who was there when y'all stopped in previously just to ask about Gith, still behind the bar, though now accompanied by a red tiefling woman, rather voluptuous, rather pleasant to the eye, as many people would find her to be, and very much occasionly grabbing Cashaw's butt, as she does, or as he does her as well, very visibly.
No, not nonchalant.
Not nonchalant.
A little at-work grab ass.
Yeah. So sometimes you have to be very overt when you're married, and in company where it might be questionable of like, ooh, this good-looking person, oh, that good-looking person. Yeah, no, they make sure to establish claim every now and then.
Mine.
Yep. And there's people kind of sitting around, some of them in their own little cloistered circles, like perhaps adventuring parties that are gathering, getting ready for the day's postings. And seeing you walk in again, Cashaw is the only one who shouts out, "Alec!"
Hey, man.
Well, welcome back. You're without the rest of the horde you roll with.
Figured I'd make a day trip out here and take a look at what you got and see if there's anything worth my time.
Right on. They'll. I think Merton will be here probably any minute now. Need a drink while you wait?
Yeah, you got an ale?
I mean, who doesn't?
I'm simple, straightforward. I don't need much.
Zara, breakfast ale. And she turns about, and you actually hear her hooves clop as she is a hooved tiefling, and she clops over, taps the nail for you, sets it down, and she looks at you as Cash walks off. She's, darling, you look like you're carrying the weight of that Earth Titan on your shoulders.
Oof.
Well, quite frankly, I've been carrying that weight for many years. It's something that I'm not even used to anymore.
I apologize for interrupting you. Hail Kinsey, full of love. What? She has blessed our chat, and I wanted to acknowledge it. Kinsey is back, baby.
Oh my gosh, Kinsey! Hey.
We love you. Just
you don't know how much I've missed you, Kinsey. I'm so glad.
Just saying, we love you.
Forever in our hearts, Kinsey. Thank you for showing back up. That makes me so genuinely excited. Thank you for being here.
But
isn't this the correct "My heart goes out to you"? Right?
Hey, listen.
Sorry.
Let's not say we didn't. I'll cancel us. Nobody else will have to cancel us. Game over. Click.
I did the correct one
channel.
though, right?
I know you did. I know you
Yeah,
did.
okay, all right. I was yeah. I wasn't gonna do the other one. No.
Of course not. Yeah, no. I know you. You'd cut your own hand off.
Exactly.
I
cut the whole damn arm off.
Yeah. That arm will have offended you forever and ever. Indeed. But yes, darling, you look like you're carrying the world, or carrying the that Earth Titan on your shoulders.
Yeah. No, he says, well, quite frankly, I've been carrying weight for many years. I haven't actually gotten used to it. Don't even notice it anymore.
Really now?
Oh.
And you see her kind of look you over, and she much more quietly, kind of like elbows on the bar, kind of leans in and says, most shifters would not leave on such weight. They would take their ease in a comfortable place like this.
I have found in my line of work and with my life, comfort is not a near and dear friend to me. More like a stranger passing in the night.
Well, while you reside within the take, in our walls here, none will harass you, and all will protect you. And she kind of slides her sleeve up a bit, showing her brand very proudly for a moment, kind of flexing it.
Thank you very much.
That brand to everyone here means that you are closer than family. Cashar was the only one that knew your name when you walked in, but now all of them know you. And as such, we know that you are one of us, and we are one of you. I figured you were keeping your form for some sort of reason. But in case you feel the need, we are here for you. All of us. Bonded by Ayun. And the knowledge that we are here for each other.
The sentiment has been felt the same since I joined, so much appreciated.
Of course, but yes, if you're just waiting on the morning board, and she kind of looks up, and a clock over a mantelpiece kind of tick, and she just kind of snaps. And there's a little ding, and 9 rings later, she she almost like counts them off. Just this 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and then points to the front door, and this short human comes in the door, all bundled up, and as he comes through the door, letting down the bundle, you can see the crossbow strapped close to his chest, and then this fold in his hand, leather fold with a bunch of documents in it. And everyone turns and Murdy! And there's a bit of cheering as he comes in and goes over to the corkboard wall and starts pulling it, pulls a pin, shakes off any paper left over, pins a contract, pins another contract, and people start to kind of like gathering behind him, not reaching immediately, almost like, oh, with that respect of wait until they're all put up. Glancing over them was what I was understanding.
Yeah, just kind of glancing over and seeing if there's anything to like something that might be able to, because I don't know how much time we really have, you know.
Yeah, bet me throw higher or lower than me on a D100. Make a bet.
I'll go lower.
Okay. Lower than a 34. Wish rules, baby.
63.
Okay. So, you notice that
I get above 50.
You notice that a lot of these are like going out into the Odiran wilds, or not the Odiran wilds, the timberland around Vasselheim, for to hunt different creatures. One of them you see is a hydra. One of them you see is a behir. There's a few others there. Some of them seem a little cheap for you. You know, especially if you're splitting it 9 ways, or you know, however many ways. But those are the ones that kind of like top the list as far as money goes.
And you said there was one that about a hydra?
There's one for a hydra, and very specifically that it's asking for a very particular and specific number of hydra parts. Things like brain matter, things like claws, bile,
no,
blood,
All the standard stuff, yeah.
no.
It's a true hydra.
But like
Don't you pull that corkboard? Don't you pull it? Don't you do it.
alchemical
Do
components.
Storm has
for
fought
them.
one. Do it.
And the one with the behir is for teeth and claws, bones, and teeth and claws, bones, scales, and specifically the one at the very top of it is at least one lightning gland.
Ooh.
Don't take that one. That's all the stuff we like to keep from animals. Can't sell what we like to keep from the guild, or what we like to keep from the.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure Akira would like to fight a hydra. Sean, historically, in RPGs has had terrible luck when it comes to hydras. So, if we could
But
just,
yes,
like,
all of these seem to be multiple day hunts or something like that.
Kind of far away or whatever. And
Well, not even far away, but like the fact is that they're not far away, but they are stay in town and linger kind of contracts.
Gotcha.
But several of the smaller ones are immediately gobbled up, like one for a cockatrice, and the things that are way easier for low level parties. And
Cockatrices are terrifying. What are you talking about?
I mean, to be fair,
I'm just saying.
grab the one with bandits.
Yeah, no, they don't hunt bandits. This is Slayer's take. They slay monsters, and they.
You mean we don't get to do human on human murder? Darn.
Are you telling me they can't use bandit parts?
It's unethical, and they don't. Yeah, it's
Well,
unethical, and they don't.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't thinking in that regard. So yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
But yes. So, there are those and things that you might be able to bring back to the party. Speaking of things to bring back to the party, for Dante and Eredrin, as y'all head downhill, for lack of a better term, this is all kind of up in a mountainy area. Downhill towards the Great Forge of Moradin, heading back in now a couple hours later, because literally you walked across the entirety of the abundant terrace, which is so much farmland, and then up, so several hours have passed, and the lady whom you had spoken to before has sauntered off, finished her trademarking, and probably gone to bed as she intended. Several other people are still in there. There's still the cleric that is working the billows and doing the big squat work.
He probably has like core strength for days.
Oh yeah, like he's doing this in armor, well built,
12-pack easily. But
indeed.
walking in
a 12 pack on a dwarf is just all ab.
Yeah, from the neck down to the toes. Yep,
Indeed.
all ab.
one giant ab muscle.
While we're walking down, I would still be kind of like talking to Dante about what was wanted and like sketching things out. And Dante would notice that like my sketches, none of my notes are in common. They're a mix of giant, dwarvish, draconic, and Gith. Just like all those languages kind of like scrambled in, different parts being used for different things.
For ease of translation, for a Brit, Gith, I tend to it is described in a very similar way to Gallifreyan. In that the circular language, where whole words or whole sentences can be like a single circle with a bunch of glyph work on the inside of it.
And viewers, if you want to research this, look up Tirsu Forgotten Realms, and you can find a full alphabet.
That's really cool.
I'll do that at a later date.
But yeah.
But I think like part of it he can probably read, because did you say Elvish is one of them?
No.
What was
I
it?
canonically do not know that one, actually. Dwarvish, Gith, Draconic, and Giant.
Okay, so he can read two of them, and then he's kind of like, this language, I'm not familiar with it. What is it? Like he's trying to piece bits together because he likes languages, but he's not quite got it yet.
And then you most definitely have hit one of Eredrin's like special interest, and then like while in your head he'll start translating in common what he starts saying in Gith and starts explaining like the language, how it works, and like kind of giving you like what it sounds like and hearing the meaning of it at the same time. The best form of translator, in my opinion, in real time translator. And just kind of like, oh yeah, so this is this, and so our language, we go clockwise, the Githzera go counterclockwise, whole thing. Explaining all that, and then we walk through the doors, and I'm like, so what do we want to get started on? Probably the boomerang part first, right?
I mean, that would be cool. But if you had anything you wanted to sort out first, that's also cool.
Oh no, so partially I came here just to worship at the forge as well. Coming from Grimgaleer, I'm kind of used to Moradin. That's been kind of particular for me. And I do need to speak to the High Priestess if she's here before we get started.
Not a problem. I'll just tag along until you're done doing what you're doing.
Actually, if you want to go ahead and set your sword in the bellows so we can not so that the sword gets red hot, but so it can be softened a bit for when we start rune work on it.
I don't think my sword would appreciate that very much.
You hear it in your mind. Thank you.
Okay, cold forging. Got it.
That
Not
might-
even questioning that part.
Had a couple of, a few different sentient weapons in the party so far.
I know they exist.
I don't know.
Okay, cold
Wouldn't be
forge.
the first
Got
time.
it. Let's talk to this high priestess.
Very well.
And walking in, you do see a very well braided, well bearded dwarven woman. This just locks on locks, just flowing out from her head and then down into the beardwork, and all kind of cascades down, all down to the same length, just right around her chest plate that has a very clear hammer and anvil of Moradin emblazoned on it. Very oddly clean for a forge, flowy robes coming out from under the chest plate, down, sleeves down to about mid forearm, where you can see this woman works with those hands, and she's kind of going by each station right now, particularly the ones that don't have anyone at them, and kind of in this very practiced way, just going by and just making sure everything is clean and set and ready. All the tongs and hammers and things in their places.
Then specifically, I'd like to catch her at the last station that she's cleaning up. Just kind of like to just hop on that and work after speaking with her.
Okay. The last one she gets to is the one that you met your other friend at.
All right,
and,
yeah.
Because it was the last one abandoned. And she's cleaning that, and as she's cleaning that one, she kind of just calls out, you can speak to me while I'm working. I'm not so focused that I can't do more than one thing at once. And kind of glances over and winks in y'all's direction.
Is that dwarvish common?
Two giant people next to this dwarven woman.
Fair. Is that dwarvish or common?
That was in common. She's just calling out in common.
Okay, so I'll reply in common, because I was gonna be like, if she speaks dwarvish, I'll hit her with that. But as it's common, yes, actually, pleasure to meet you. You're Miss. I definitely wrote down the name of the high priestess when it was given to me last week. No, I did not. Oh wait, yeah, I did. You're Miss Aristrel?
Aristrel, yes.
Pleasure to meet you.
My reputation precedes me.
Yes, I was here earlier when Darla was finishing up some work at the station, actually.
Ah, yes. Darla did warn me about people coming about.
Oh, well, I hope it was all good things, but I'm Erdrin. This is
nothing bad.
Dante.
Nothing bad.
Of course.
And
I'm Erdrin. This is Dante.
Kind of finishing up one last little wipe down of the anvil. She kind of folds up the rag she's been using to clean and tucks it into one of the pockets on her dress. And Erdrin, she grips your hand with big person strength.
Yeah.
to Dante.
I mean, is she wearing armor or anything?
She just a breastplate. Otherwise, it's just kind of a kind of pale, kind of yellow orange, like almost fire theme colored robe.
Quick question while we're here: would Dante know any dwarvish greetings or mannerisms that would be polite in this scenario?
Probably. You make one up.
I'm just going to say he does one and just addresses appropriately.
And she corrects you on the pronunciation of just one little part of a word. If you say it the other way, it's I like to see your front.
Forgive me. Thank you for the correction.
No problem. No
snickering
problem.
in the background.
Although we'll cover his face with his wing, giggling in owl. You know.
Lovely to meet you, by the way.
Instead of I'd like luck see you home and luck see your chest.
You knew what I meant. I apologize for this.
Oh yes, context is very important. If you say that to most dwarves will understand that you don't want them to flash her tits. But
yeah, it's not Huppadook here.
But she said you're coming about for some sort of business, something about a hammer.
Yes, actually, we were wondering. Actually, another friend of mine who is at the service of Bahamut right now. Right, Bahamut? That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I hope so. Last time we checked.
He and I were both wondering if we could get for our smith sets a hammer blessed or a blessed hammer of some sort.
Aye. Yes. So, and she goes, kind of, the dwarvish waddle, but you know, quick walk, as much as she can. Wanders over to kind of a station right close to the front. It does look a slight bit better equipped than the other ones. And particularly there is a cabinet there that she goes over to, pulls a key ring out of another pocket and sorting through, clicks it open, and you can see that there are a number of replacement hammers and accoutrement in there, but right at the top of her reach there are several racks of very particular hammers that have an anvil pressed into the side, very definitely of Moradin. And we're looking for 2 of these.
Yes, ma'am.
And just kind of two-handing a pair of them. Brings them around, kind of using each one to just kind of shut door. You hear them ting, and then like a little bit of a hot spark, not lightning spark, but spark of heat, as she tap them both. And as it gets closer, you can see more of the like etch work on the handle, where her hands are, little bits of gold and wooden inlay around it. And She brings these two hammers over, and she says,
Hey.
"Now, we don't just give these away to just anybody.
Of course.
Darla said you were a smith of your own right."
Yes, I am. And I guess I'll hold up my hand for the onyx and ivory guild ring, and I'll say, just about everything you see on me was either made by myself or the other person I was getting a hammer for.
Well then, show me your proudest piece of work. Which one are you most proud of? That's on your accoutrements.
Okay.
Point of fact, Storm's proudest piece of work is actually probably the shield that you have, as it protects one of his friends.
Yeah.
That's fair. But,
So,
but Erdrin's proudest piece that he can.
yeah. Let me... I know.
Is not there.
I know. Neither is the
wish-
great sword I made, or not made, but edited several times.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll actually...
You mean the hammer? Yeah, you have done it several times. Used to be.
No, actually, my great sword.
Oh,
The one
your
that
great sword,
happened, yeah. But
One
actually,
dad has, right.
yeah. I'll open up my jacket a little bit and let my snake slither out and let it sit on the shield.
Not that.
Silver. Wait, no.
And I'll say
Flying snake.
the flying snake. Yes.
Well then.
Phrasing I recognize. That's why I said jacket, not pants.
You can walk into a place without pants. Anyways,
Fair. But
not
I'll say-
recommended. Not recommended here. There are hammers.
I'll say the shield was made by my friend, and one of my proudest. I regularly have to remake him because I always end up in freaking danger. Is this little guy here? And if that's not to your specifications, I would also draw out my bow, a replica of my father's bow.
Yeah, and you draw out your. You can tell like she's paying attention and being like, oh, my friend made this one, and I make this little trinket, and then you pull the bow, and she, like seeing it come around. And she kind of claps the two light hammers together, sets them at the edge of the forge there, and kind of gimme's hands.
I'll place it in her hands. Yeah. I'll say also, if you draw it,
That's
it will
all right.
not dry fire. It will never dry fire because it doesn't need ammunition. So I'd be
And
very
she-
careful drawing it here.
Oh, and she full on just pulls back, and you do notice for her hands it does not manifest.
Oh. I'll say, oh.
Yeah, and she says, most of the time those enchantments are very particular on who they'll work with. That's all right though, and she just kind of drawing it back, feeling the tension of it, and the tension really rise there at the very back of the pole, and she, that is a right gith weapon. She kind of very in as gentle as the bow will let her unpull it. She kind of lets it pass its snap point and then brings it down. I've had a few of those cross my path in my life.
That one is a replica of my father's, actually.
It's quite a beautiful piece. Exotic woods. Well put together, the lot of it. Huh. Well, and she kind of kind of whips it around, putting the string on the outside of her arm to hand it back to you.
And I'll take it, yeah.
Well, that's a hell of a crafty work.
Thank you.
Anyone can make a ring. She nods to the ring on your hand.
That's fair.
It takes a real smith to make something that works. And she picks up both the hammers and just kind of one on one side of her, and assuming you meant Dante, just slams the other one down on the other side of her, on the side Dante is standing.
What do you mean slamming it? Or you mean next to him?
Slamming it on the edge of the forge, because of the big lake of fire in the middle of the room. Just kind of hammers it down on one side of her, other hammer down on the other side, assuming that she's giving one to him and one to you, not knowing who the friend was. Well, that's right bit of worship, I'd say. Each of these, they call them Red Smith hammers.
Ah.
Not terribly complicated, their enchantments. You know, get over that hump of not being able to hurt certain types of monsters out there. But more so when you apply the right force, particularly reverberating in the frequencies of an anvil. Them sparks actually, rather than just looking pretty, which they do, they'll do a touch more. That vibration turns into heat, and you find yourself not quite needing a hot bit of forge for at least some of the more minor bits of forging, like repairing armors, maybe making little things. But
You know, I'd never thought of an enchantment like that's just downright awesome right there.
But you see, crafter to crafter, and you noticed that she was very, very subtly had one of her hands in her pockets after hitting the hammers, and she brings out a ring that it looks like a fucking Super Bowl ring of onyx and ivory, OI seal in the middle. Crafter to crafter. And she reaches that hand directly into the forge. And you hear her kind of whisper a little prayer in Dwarvish as she reaches in. And just very quickly in, out, very fast, and grabs a coal that is on fire. And just grab and sets it down for a second, and it looks like the fire that was coming from it suddenly dulls from hot orange to this dull and constant blue coming out from under it. And she says, long as you handle it with your proper ring hand, this bit here, she won't burn you. And when you place her up in a campfire, cooking flames, maybe even a smith's forge, you'll find the spirit inside somewhat benevolent, that the way that fire can be benevolent and caring, helpful, useful. It'll keep a fire lit in a hurricane. It'll contain the fire's smoke unless you want it to. It'll make your nightly campfires last quite a bit longer. Not need quite as much fuel for the same amount of time. And it recognizes what's food and what's not. And it'll keep that food nice and proper warm. Long as it's over to the fire. But also, when you got her in a forge for glass blowing or metalwork or tinkering or whatever your forge might need to be for, she'll help you there too, long as you're in the zone.
Just for clarity, is she referring to the ring or the coal?
The coal
that
itself.
she drew? Okay.
And she gestures with her ring hand towards it. We call him the Forge Keeper's Spark.
Of course. Of course. Can I tell she's kind of like saying like, hey, grab one?
No, she's gesturing for you with your ring hand to grab it.
Okay, I will take the spark with my right hand, my ring hand.
And it's extremely warm to the touch, but it does not burn you. And the little blue fire underneath it, just keeping it lit, suddenly kind of wraps around, and you see the flame there as it kind of jumps up, and you see kind of a little, it's a teeny bit of an elemental, and it's just like a little bit of fire, a little bit of eye and face kind of recognition, as it looks at you and then kind of looks down at the coal and maybe your ring, and kind of looks up. Looks like it kind of flickers for a second and settles back into the coal.
Before it does, I would say, kind of whisper to it, we'll have to get a right proper tinderbox for you to hang out in.
It nods.
It looks like I'm multitasking.
There is a touch of sentience to it, at very least. And
I'd say kind of out loud to it and to Dante, well, looks like I'm multitasking a little bit today.
Apparently so. You've got a little friend there, I see.
Yeah, like even Ola will swap shoulders to get closer and just have a look and just peek down and be like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, you hear it in your head anyway.
Yeah, you can definitely. Yeah, you can definitely hear it. You definitely still have your mind. You're wild shit, for heaven's sake.
Yeah. It's so cute.
Yeah, she's happiest in the fires of a forge, but long as you put her in one every once in a while,
Yeah, it's starting in 40
she'll stay happy. she'll help keep your fire contained, so it won't ever jump where it ain't supposed to.
You have no clue how helpful that is for me, apparently.
But yeah,
Someone
She's-
burned down a
she's your-
forest.
she's yours now. Treat her with care. I trust you will. And she holds her ring hand up and puts it over her heart.
In response, I will say, no, you have no clue how much I'm going to make sure she knows she's loved and appreciated for all the help she is and how awesome she is in general.
And with that, yay, we got another subscriber. Thank you. We are about to head into the ad break, so it's gonna hit, and we're gonna take our break. Anybody who needs to take a quick break, feel free.
I was wondering, you know this place
Some
where?
water.
Do you reckon I can get a sling? I have nothing in the way of range, and a slingshot kind of sounds fun. You know, like the ones you spin and flip instead of
Oh, yeah.
back on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sling, leatherworker friend.
Slings.
Yeah.
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 I mean, I'm sure I could make that
You
during
get a
like a short
sling.
rest, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet, man.
Honestly,
Is that-
slings are like in real life super dangerous.
They
Yeah.
are so underpowered in D&D, but you know,
Yeah,
Ro
you
and
don't
I
have
had this
no range
conversation
options, by the
before,
way. you definitely have like Thorn Whip, right?
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
We've had this
But-
conversation before, but you weren't here for it. Yeah, slings are like as dangerous as getting shot with a handgun in real life.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure,
when
man.
people
I've seen
can use
some of the
it.
videos. Like, yeah, dude, they go through armor. It's
because
nuts.
there's less acceleration, but there's more mass, and force times mass times acceleration equals force, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like Goliath didn't have shit on David. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh my god. He
Yeah.
didn't have shit.
Yeah, it's not
Force
surprising.
transfer?
It's not surprising who won that particular matchup.
Oh yeah.
He brought a gun to a knife fight.
Yeah.
Like real.
I mean, seriously.
It's like headshot.
I mean, I love to imagine it as like the whoever that army was like, oh fuck, that's an anti-tank rifle. Oh fuck,
And
that's
remember-
an anti-tank
and remember-
rifle.
Remember, Homeboy the Shepherd, who could hit a wolf from 30 yards with a sling. So like, Goliath was nothing.
Yeah. Drive off
That
a
big ass
mountain
kid?
wolf.
Hell yeah.
If not kill.
I would like to.
Oh, they could kill a slinger.
But that's what I mean. That's what I mean is what I mean is drive it off, if not kill it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I would like to. I mean, I'll explain more when we actually hop back on. Make a little tinderbox for my new friend, and start work on Dante's enchanting. And I can explain how I intend to do that when we pop back on.
Yeah, you'll have a couple hours of downtime. So
Yeah, no, I won't hold up too much time when we get back to it.
We're back.
yeah, 30 seconds.
So yeah, Jeremy, how many hours have I been in wild shape now? Just so I don't like break down.
Phrasing.
you know. Yeah,
Break
he is.
Dante's
Yeah,
back.
he's a bit of a drip.
Yeah.
Well, not a drip, but you know what I mean. Like
It's
he just
okay.
doesn't
Break
get
breaks
it.
back.
He's very
Then
much
then
like,
when he fully freaks out on the full moon, he can't do nothing because he's got to crawl.
I'll just cast Entangled on you over and over and over, and hopefully that keeps you fed. Maybe the odd grasping vine, you know.
I think I have
it's
ensnared
really
crab. Let me
hard.
check.
It's really hard to tie down Dante these days. He powerful. Hi everybody, we're back. So
Yeah.
So
When last we left off.
yeah, taking your new elemental sprite friend into your hand, and your new red smith hammer in the other, both of which are items. Thank you again, Griffin Saddlebag 2, for putting your shit on D&D Beyond.
Yes,
We
thank
love
you.
and appreciate
They
it.
are already in the inventory.
I'm not even halfway through the item list yet, and I've just been seeing things, and I'm like, this is so pretty, this is so good, this is a story beat, like all these things. That dusk dagger too, by the way. That's a thing out of the Griffin Saddlebag.
I had a quick question. Would there be any way until I finish the tinderbox this morning, because I plan on finishing that this morning, would there be any way to like have my molten skin armor kind of hold the coal on the back of my hand while I work, so I'm not like crushing it against things?
Oh, for sure. Basically, just kind of willing a little bit of a setting almost to be right there. And kind of the reverse of your lightning projector, just kind of almost a soul stone on the back of your hand, as it were.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking Mind Stone vibes, you know?
Yeah. And Mind Stone, that's the one. Big center.
But also, she kind of stole my power move that I planned on doing. I planned on taking one of the greaves from my old mithril plate and just holding it by the hand, setting it into the forge, and then walking over to the anvil and starting on the rune work while that heats up for the tinderbox.
Then there's just putting her whole hand in, like, carry on.
Exactly,
This is fine.
But more so of trying to figure out how to improve on this sword. Dante, you pulling out the sword. This sword is. It's a. I mean, let me make sure I have the picture of it so I describe it properly.
I think while you look that up, when Dante pulls it out, it's almost like lovingly, like with care and attention and making sure he doesn't damage it. You can tell it's very well looked after.
Oh yeah, it's well cared for, on top of it being magical. But like the blade itself, beyond just a little bit of extra that comes up from the cruciform crossguard, is just immaculate, smooth steel. Right there, the little dome that comes up, you can see glyphs of in new edition they changed it from necromancy to abjuration, I believe. Glyphs of abjuration along that part. The grip already leather inlaid with gold wrapping around it, and then a ruby set into the pommel that just kind of very lightly pulses with energy. And he draws it, and there is this kind of this singing ring to it as he brings it out to show it to you. Go ahead and make a proficient, proficient, and at this point, merely with advantage because of all of your overlapping proficiencies.
Who, me or?
Oh, for Eredrin, who is trying to work out how possibly to improve this blade.
I think
So intelligence at this point?
Intellivision, yes.
I think while this happens,
In television.
Dante's just like, so meet steel.
Pleasure to meet you, Steele. And I would also, like in Dante's head, I would say, assuming you said it would prefer not that, is it some level of sentient?
In Dante's head, if he allows it to be heard, you would hear, "Tell him it's a pleasure."
I'll allow it to be heard. He's
Oh.
quite sentient.
Back in Dante, so I heard Steele in
Yes.
Dante's head?
Yes, you did.
So, well, it is a pleasure.
You are here.
Yeah.
Then you should know that I was crafted by the dwarves and elves of Uthadern. They made me to snuff evil and to keep my wielder's companions from perishing in battle.
Can I throw history on the Uthadern?
You would know that Uthadern is a city in the north of the Graying Wildlands, and that it's known as the diarchy of Uthadern because they are controlled by two primary factions, elves and dwarves.
I think,
And they keep a elvish leader and a dwarvish leader at all times. They are known. There are some entire world renowned smiths that come from Uthadern. Go ahead, Dante. Sorry, I just wanted to complete that thought.
It's okay. I think Adrian can fully hear, like, Dante kind of reprimanding Still, you don't need to announce that every time you meet somebody. Like, we can keep it between us.
No, that's a pleasure to learn, actually.
But we are to extinguish evil and to keep your companions safe. Your companions deserve to know.
We are, but this is a new companion. No offense.
Yes, no companion needed to know.
Fine, Still, fine, have it your way.
I can assure Dante, if you'd want to keep this under wraps for now, I can maintain that. But Steele, yes, I can.
Kira's not there. You didn't hear that.
I can. Olo's the only one who spoiled the secret there. I just threw silver at him. I didn't know.
Suspected, didn't know.
Exactly. But I can keep that under wraps. But so we're thinking about how we might.
I don't understand why. We are here to protect.
Trust is hard to earn sometimes, Steele. And I respect your goal wholeheartedly.
Well, I'm very glad at least someone understands trust is earned.
I prefer to give trust first, and then if it is betrayed, smite.
Me too, Steele.
That's a good way to think, Steele.
I think
sometimes.
at this point, Dante would be like, well, being betrayed is not fun, so I reserve my trust until it has been proven to be earned.
I mean, that's both of you have good points. Regardless,
indeed. So as you're pondering that, you realize that you pondered the gem, in fact, and while Ruby is good, Ruby is very good for holding enchantments, and its enchantment you suss out to be mechanically a +2 enchantment. Okay. And you know, if you were able to remove it and maintain, because the gem itself is more of a conduit for the enchantment that's underneath it. that's in the metal below it. But some of the balance of that, like usually those things are made at the same time, right? And so they were made to work with each other. You know that if you were to very carefully extract the gem from the enchantment that's in there and be able to put in a perhaps similarly sized or larger diamond, that you would be able to up it to a +3.
Okay. I would explain that. Can I tell appraisal-wise about how much the ruby is worth?
The ruby that's in there right now is a 1,000 gold piece ruby, and extracting it won't change that.
Of course.
To get it that much better, it would probably take a 5,000 gold piece single diamond.
Do you need a diamond? If this is what you're thinking in your head, all the
I'll say a 5,000 gold piece single diamond.
Wait a minute. How
Meaning
much is
one diamond worth.
Damn it. Oh, the hard diamond's like 3,000, I think.
You've got a bunch of those heart diamonds. Those are really good too.
You have a bunch of those? Oh my god.
Well, there's a couple of them left.
Yeah, I got a few.
Didn't give you his only one.
No, I
can. So that part I could definitely do, but that might not be an immediate add-on. We'll have to find a diamond of suitable value first.
I know a place where there's a lot of gems that we could all go. It's Rumblecusp. We go to the volcano.
There's a volcano full of gems. Now you are speaking my language. Olo.
It's under the place. It's where I was gonna grab a cannon, but I almost got eaten by an avalanche.
I'll say Olo, and I'll pat Olo's head, and I'll say, Olo, I don't care if the rest of the party doesn't want to go. One day you have to take me to that damn island. You know how much I love working with gems.
We'll go on holiday, have coconut rum and all that stuff. It'll be really fun.
Rum! I haven't had rum in forever.
Guys, the holiday can wait. I have something I need to kill.
Yeah.
True.
But Steel, would you mind? And I know it might hurt a bit. I'll try to be as ginger as possible.
I did not understand your intentions before. It will not hurt me, as long as my primary enchantment, and when it says that, you get the understanding of the abjuration life enchantment at the crossguard. As long as that is maintained, I should not be changed at all.
Okay, don't touch the crossguard. Got it.
I think at this point, Dante's going to say, if you kill my sword, we will have problems. And there's a low growl just to enunciate the word problems.
I'll dig my little claws in your shoulder and be like, chill.
Problems.
Have you tried catnip? Anywho, I will make sure to not harm the crossguard.
Yeah.
But I would like to start on some other runes. Specifically, you mentioned protection is something important to you, Steel. How about a protection that you can then use for vanquishing? Maybe able to absorb some of the harm coming our way and redirect it.
That sounds interesting. So, as you start working out some of those and getting some of those the foundations laid, which we will say that 25 carries into.
Right.
That was the purpose of the dice roll. Cutting back to those climbing up the mountain. Did you want to stop off at the Temple of Cord on your way, or maybe later? I cannot hear you
Justice.
currently.
Oh, I was thinking maybe later.
Okay, just wanted to make just wanted to make sure before
Sermon and
further
important
forward.
business first, and then
All right, climbing up to the temple once again, getting to the mouth of the Bahamut temple. There at the top. You get in and see that there are some people on your way up whom this is definitely like their morning routine. Put on their comfy jacket, go to the Platinum Sanctuary, go have their morning. But for quite a few others, this is devotion. And there are quite a number of people here in differing levels of protection, but bearing platinum dragons in many forms. Some of them straight on, almost phoenix looking. Some of them side profile roaring dragons. Some of them just wings out, what have you. All of them showing their devotion in their own way. But as you get in, there's a row of chairs across the dais, the slightly raised stage area. And you see Trizriel already sitting now, kind of back in cold weather gear, armor that he's supposed to be wearing, and just kind of sitting there greeting some people who haven't been able to consolation for your loss at the God's Brawl. And you notice as you all walk in, some people he's talking to, he kind of like taps one of them on the chest, points towards you, Storm, and you can tell just from the way that he's the way that he's talking and the way that he's smiling and pointing at you, he's bragging about you, and like, I know that guy, and he's fucking cool.
Sweet. That's good, because I was actually probably going to make a beeline for him to probably try to sit near him if there was an open spot, because I don't know about anybody else here.
I mean, I've got a spot. It's easy enough for me to have somewhere to sit, just about anywhere.
He being up on the stage, much like,
fair enough.
I'll say, but much like at least the church that I went to, 2 or 3 of the front rows completely unpopulated, and then that's where several people have already like filled in, and there's quite a bit more filled in back behind there. But first couple of rows, there are a few people who are definitely like front seat devotion, but not as many.
Well, that's where Storm would be then.
All right, front row.
He is nothing else but zealotous in his faith.
With your big do you have the shield on your back or on your arm?
It's on my arm.
Oh yeah, so you
for ease of access.
You walk in, and you know, there's the you know, him kind of pointing you out to some of the people he's talking to.
I'll wave to him since I can't beeline to him, but
as you're walking up, you actually realize that quite a number of people here, especially those in their own seals of Bahamut, if they don't recognize that shield for exactly what it is, they understand the amount of power that that thing holds. With how beautiful, huge, platinum dragony it is.
Yeah. It's truly,
And,
truly magnificent.
I do have one question.
yeah.
We're walking into this platinum dragon temple covered in emerald dragon scales. I just want to no, there aren't any
That
you
means
know.
we killed one, though.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
we weren't friends
yeah.
with one.
No, it does.
especially with the amount of dragon scales on you guys. That's not an emerald dragon gave me a scale. We took
Right.
scales off of an emerald dragon, whether it liked it or not, is what that says. So
Okay. All right, I was just curious as to what the
especially
general-
the little cat man in emerald green leather, like that's a dangerous little man.
And it's like I do have, my cloak over most of it, but you do see, the little sheen from between the front. But...
Oh, for sure. Anyone that can see your front can see that you are a dangerous leather-clad man.
Yeah.
Oh, and Emerald Ruin is with me, so that's pretty big. That's a big ass sword.
Yeah, you got a big ass dragon slaying sword.
I
Yeah,
occasionally forget how big that sword actually is.
yeah. You forget how big and dangerous you look all the time.
Sometimes, yes, I do. I do, honestly.
But as you start to sit down, Trisrael actually does kind of wave to you from the stage, Storm, and kind of gesturing that there's like other people up there too, just kind of standing around, kind of come on.
It's fair enough. He'll approach.
And you all, this is Doomerin, Storm.
Hello.
And several of them are like, you're the one that knocked out Grog Strongjaw at the God's Brawl. And,
Yeah, just nearly. Yeah.
And word has been traveling. And several of them just, oh my God, it's so good to meet you. That's a big fucking fist you got there, man. Just a lot of very sincere glad handing. They shake your big ass mitt. And
Doomerin is definitely sort of a little out of place. He's definitely enjoying it because he's always wanted glory and acclaim and whatnot, obviously, and to hear that word spreading does make him happy. But he hasn't experienced it a whole lot still, so he's just oh, this is what it's like.
Akira is going to lean into Luca. And I'm not even going to waste a telepathic message on this. I'm just going to lean into Luca. So we walk in with a local celebrity.
I suppose so.
I had no idea that he was this popular here.
Yeah, because he lost, he didn't talk about the day of challenging too much.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is all kind of all of this is a little new to us.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not really all that surprised. This does seem to happen wherever we go, to at least some degree.
Interesting.
The storm makes friends easy and makes big impressions.
Yeah.
He does. He truly does.
Mhm.
And Akira is just looking at you, being with this crowd around you, and is just kind of giggling about it a little bit, you're popular.
Almost looking like an adult among toddlers.
Yeah.
And
but yeah.
for real. Toddler also built.
Yes. Yeah, he'll just be saying things like, "Thank you. Yeah, it was a good fight. Almost had him, but you know, he set me outside the ring. Bit of a coward's way out, if you ask me. But
Yeah, like all of them. Yeah, coward's way up.
yeah,
And
This is like the best version of Monday morning quarterback.
if I didn't know Grog personally, you know, I would think him a coward. But obviously, I know Grog strong jaw. And
wait, you know him personally?
oh yeah, I've been personally invited to his luncheon of champions before, where I
No
also
way,
defeated
no
him there.
Don't want to brag or nothing.
Oh no, full bragging, like,
Full brag.
Hard
full
brag.
yeah.
And,
But he will say though, he will say, but when I beat him at the luncheon of champions, I did had some help from the sidelines from my friends, and I think Akira, you were part of that fight, right?
he turns and calls out to you.
Akira is going to look a little stunned initially because you were having your moment and they were just like happy to be back here away from that moment.
Now you're part of the moment.
But
too.
now
No, his glory is your glory, so you know.
you Akira will say, "Yes, I think I like shoved you a little bit. That's it. Just help you stay up. That's it."
And
Yeah.
as y'all are conversing loudly for a moment, behind you there is another hush that kind of starts falling over the crowd, and with the attention towards the back, the footsteps are soft, so it's not like they are clapping or clacking hard on the stone, but they are measured and smooth, and it's like she is just gliding in, this kind of golden headdress, gold over platinum chest plate. This half plate going down to her waist and a little beyond, then kind of this flowing dress below it, silver and blue, as High Bearer Vord is walking through, and several of the groupies around Trisriel and Dumarin start to just like suddenly split off and start heading to seats. And before you can go to walk away, Triz grabs your arm, Storm, and gestures to the seat off to his right.
On the dais?
Up top.
Ooh.
I mean, if you're sure.
On the
His and you kind of notice his seat is on the right of a more thronely seat.
On the dais.
On the dais.
On the dais.
Rock me,
Yeah.
DMCA.
No, I said Amadeus. Parody.
I know.
Parody is covered.
That's an actual song.
Is it on the dais?
Yeah,
Well,
Amadeus.
Amadeus. Anyways,
Amadeus,
Yeah.
yeah.
Huh.
that's
yeah.
really close. Anyways, so
So, yeah, I
Walking
will
dance, that would be inappropriate. Akira, come on.
definitely take the seat.
you're just hearing it in your head.
Probably carefully sitting in it, because I don't want to necessarily test the strength of it.
As you go to like check the seat, it is actually stone.
Oh, fair enough.
And there's a bit of a cushion on top, but then like checking under the cushion, oh, that's pretty solid stone.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, I was gonna say, if anything, I'll just do a squat over the chair for the whole service.
Carefully squatting over the chair and
I'll roll
A little
athletics.
3-hour thigh workout, yeah.
yeah, for real. don't tempt him. But as she walks up the short steps up to the stage, and everyone else has gone quiet, the High Bear walks up to you, and she says, "I tried not to make a spectacle of myself in Port Damali, so I did not want to come and take any focus away from your glory there. But I did get to see your fight." And a somewhat dainty compared to your hand, elven hand, extends to yours.
Definitely go to take the hand in what seems like an appropriate formal way. He's very it's kind of deer in the headlights. Wasn't expecting the most important here to come congratulate him on that.
And everyone hears it because she's not speaking in a hushed tone, and the rest of the room is dead silent.
And he's just like, "Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I always give my best in every endeavor."
I believe you. And as her hand comes back from shaking yours, she makes a point of tapping the back of her gauntlet on your shield, just to kind of, "I believe you." Ding. And for a good 45 minutes, she turns to the crowd, light for dark tan skin, very well pulled back, smooth black hair, very piercing green eyes, and she's kind of walking back and forth, giving a sermon that is very, there's hope and encouragement in every word, in every phrase. She's trying to motivate people not only for the day but for their lives. And going between walking and then coming back and sitting, gesturing, talking about overcoming odds, even in the face of those who should be more honorable, taking advantage and gesturing towards you. And you can tell exactly how many people in this room have heard about your fight, and it's more than half.
Sweet.
Because it's that many people that chuckle, and kind of going through that whole thing. She stands and gets kind of center of the dais, where the Platinum Dragon, in wings out, head profile, looking like it's roaring. She stands right over where his heart would be.
Oh.
And has her hands up and calls a prayer over first the congregation gathered, and then all of Vasselheim, and then all of the world, to be blessed and watched over by the Platinum Dragon, and kind of each tier of the prayer there being the big amen with everyone, and as her prayer ends, almost like it is practiced and meticulously timed, the light from one of the windows that is positioned very particularly to be at a height that be at a height and angle that matches with the light going over the rest of the city. Suddenly comes a light, and the sunlight bathes her and the dais around you with light, and it kind of effervesces with energy and then just disperses over the room and seems like it goes out and fades out a little bit further out beyond the chapel. And as her arms come down and the light continues to shine on that on the stage, everyone else takes that as a conclusion of the services and people getting up and talking, and you see her shoulders still up as she turns from the crowd towards you and Trizrael. She kind of like exhales that how it is to give a morning performance. Hers was much longer.
For sure. Most definitely was.
Just that exhale of like, I am done. I am done orating. Thank God.
How I feel during my planning period.
Yeah, no, heard, Chef.
Definitely remain in my seat for a few moments while she does that, and then sort of stand up in my seat, and I will kind of take the shield off my arm at this point and kind of set it on the ground at my feet and have my hands like on top of it.
As you start to do that, she kind of like stops you and, come. I was told that you have some very particular questions to ask. And she looks back towards the rest of the group that came, and
I wave them up.
Seeing the color matching, and she passed y'all on the way in, so she kind of saw you.
Right. So I wave up Akira, Luca,
and
Shadow.
Shadow is probably on the dais with you already.
Probably on your shoulder.
Oh yeah, still on my shoulder. Yeah.
Probably, unless I was, told to step
You
down.
you were not corrected. You're just there.
I can just imagine Storm looking for
more than half.
He's so used to it, he wouldn't think it improper, to be honest.
Yeah, more
like,
than half the crowd completely unaware that you're there for whatever reason.
Whatever reason,
But
not that they have bad perception; it's just at disadvantage.
It's just also at disadvantage. Yeah.
Would you say we're within a mile of each other, the two groups?
You know what? Yes.
Then definitely at some point through the sermon, I would just like think to the rest of them, be like, "Can you stop thinking so loud, please? I'm trying to pay attention."
Oh, I'll reply with, we'll keep it between us. Let us know when it's about done so we can run back. If you want us there. If you don't want us there, we can find things to do around town.
I did want everybody there, so near the end. Yeah, exactly.
Ow, just kidding.
Exactly. Just little stuff like that. But then, yeah, near the end, when it seems like she's wrapping it up, I'll let you guys know so you can hopefully arrive. That same time,
you have your brain on. You could see how
they have and they have a neat way of like tracking the course of the sermon as well. Anyway, so
exactly.
I'm sure Luca and Akira will make their way to the dais.
And Triz kind of stands up and very properly bows towards the high bearer, and she very properly bowing towards him. It's good to have you back. And she gestures, and yes, I'll go see to responsibilities, ma'am. And in case we miss each other, thank you for the pleasure of knowing you. We'll see each other again sometime.
That's a morbid goodbye. Okay.
I mean, these are people who battle for a living, my guy.
yeah,
You know what? That makes sense.
yeah. the storm will just sort of, did you say he reached out a hand or anything?
Yes, reach out a
Then,
hand.
Then he'll clasp forearm, and say, same to you, friend. May our next meeting be as glorious as the first.
Indeed. And then kind of going down the line of congratulations, Kira and Luca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Stormtrooper.
Precisely, you get it.
No, these are dragon troopers. It's a different temple.
Dragon Trooper.
This feels awfully
once you get
Ender's
your own
Game.
troopers, you'll be able to have your own stormtroopers.
Indeed. That's the next inevitable.
You guys are my
that's the next inevitable stage.
We are the stormtroopers.
You guys are my stormtroopers. What are you talking about?
We are an elite alpha unit.
We're the bad batch, you guys.
The baddest batch.
We are like the 18.
Indeed.
We
So
can't be stormtroopers. We hit with range attacks.
you do, you really do. They're so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, shots
Anyways.
fired at the Empire.
I think that's why we're like
Shots
the
fired at the
elite
Empire
force.
actually hit.
The shots that actually hit are fired at the Empire.
Indeed. So
So do we
as-
just like barge it, or
well, yeah, as
Well, people are leaving, right?
yeah,
so.
as people are, people are filing out of the chapel. The rest of you walking up the steps hear that deep thrum, that, and see just a little bit of kind of platinum silver energy just wub out from the temple and kind of out into the air beyond, feeling that little bit of like it's warmth but not burn as it hits you. And walking in or walking, again, salmon against the flow, walking into the chapel. You last see Trizriel at the back of that crowd, walking away from them as y'all walk in, and he also, to those of you whom he has spent spent like a month hanging out around every now and then, and just shaking hands and till we meet again. And the rest of you walking up the somewhat uniform emerald green accoutrement of you all. The high bearer sees all of you walking up and kind of, all right. Rather than my office, I suppose we will take this to one of the side chapels. And she looked like she was starting to like point behind where the seats are, where an office is. Yeah. And she instead points off to the side of the stage where there is a much smaller double door, at least smaller compared to the big ones out front. Smaller double doors, and she guides the horde of the late.
The horde plus a manticore. Yeah,
indeed. Bringing your manticore into the Bahamut Temple?
Why not?
Should I not? Should I?
I was just asking.
Should I leave her outside?
It draws attention, but y'all look very dangerous.
You also
so,
said this was somewhat normal here, okay?
Well,
so
it's somewhat normal. It's somewhat normal to have a manticore.
It's different to walk it into.
It's different to walk into places. Just here's my manticore.
I'm doing it until someone stops me.
Like I said, you look
like
very
if High Priestess says keep her outside, I'll keep her outside.
Yeah. You all look very, very dangerous, and she is well cared for. Looks like she belongs. She has a saddle.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just kind of like, wow, really? Okay, bud.
Yeah. It's one of those where like any stragglers at the back of the group as y'all are walking in, like full on like walk into the pews for a second to like let y'all and this fucking manticore pass.
Right.
Who's not snarling at any of them, for heaven's sake. Like, she's walking here. What?
I'm walking here.
Exactly.
Again, if someone tells me to leave her outside, I'll leave her outside.
Yeah. Nobody seems to try and correct you. But you do see that kind of like look on the High Bearer's face for a moment of like, but sees that she is kitted out and with you and just
Minding her manners.
minding her manners.
Minding her
and
manners.
just-
Maybe we're talking a bit, you know.
Yeah. She's not, she's not making a fuss. And everybody else is too scared to make a fuss about it. So she's just like, all right. And just leads y'all in. And like I said, there's a horde of you. Guiding y'all into this smaller chapel, only two sets of rows, like half pew, kind of pews on either on either side of the walkway, the relief on the wall rather than on the floor, and a kneeling altar in front of it. She leads you all in, and then lean sits against the altar, waiting for everyone to come in, and she has her arms crossed.
Okay.
Just waiting for everyone to come in and settle, and y'all shut the door because it's a private meeting.
Yeah.
Did you guys say the griffin is in this small
Oh, Manticore, worse.
Manticore, but yeah.
what I'm looking for? I think
Yes.
if that's the case, can Dante just like sort of go over and like interact? Technically, they're sort of extended kin in a weird way. So
Weird
There's
way.
lion bits to both of you.
Indeed.
exactly. So I think Dante's just gonna go over there and just be his slightly animalistic self with this manticore.
Nice. And
We so gotta get you guys catnip.
yeah, you've seen her for the couple of days you've been around, and she very much does like take to Dante just immediately. There is that. Perhaps she hasn't seen you shift, but you have a vibe, a smell.
Fair enough.
Nature recognizes its own.
Indeed. And so you go over, and she very politely sits next to you, and there's that on her. Many people would mistake it for a growl because it's a very big cat. But
Dante, however, is
Cats
just,
can't purr. Or is it meow? One of the two.
I think it's meow. I think technically also purr, but in my mind, manticores can purr, so it's fine.
I accept the premise.
I accept it. Where lions can purr because they're not exactly lions.
I think if she allows it, Dante's just sort of like scratching under her chin and sort of like
In every way. Well, she has a like oddly like manticores have a slightly more human face than lion face.
Yeah, they look like a guy with a beard.
Like yeah, kinda.
Look, I don't think
Mini
she has-
manticore.
But she does have like I'll compare it to my own beard and that, whereas like her face is framed by a mane of hair, and like there's fur to scratch right there, and she full on just kind of as you do.
Weird were-lion animal growl things here.
Yep. Communicating via purr, indeed.
Yeah, exactly.
As two oddly lionish creatures. Yes, they are both happy to be near each other. You can join if you want to.
I'm chilling. I'm with my person right now.
Yes, purring in your own way, quietly. But
Good puss. Haha.
But she
And boots. Sorry, I didn't
there
finish that. And boots, yeah.
in
And cats and boots and
boots and
cats.
cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
Good puss in boots.
But as everybody starts getting settled, she says, "So you are looking for the Sword of Cars?"
That we are.
Yes.
We happen to know the location of one of the things that sword is known to be able to take care of, and we have a good lead on the other one. So, makes sense to try to pursue that. I'm sure you've heard, but we are the Emerald Light, and we seek to bring light to the darkest parts of the world, and, well, I'd say that's a pretty dark part of the world.
I was told precisely that much about why you wanted the Sword of Cars, and not more. And I will need more. What are you hunting? What is so important that a relic of one of the lieutenants of the Whispered One should be let out of its hopefully eternal resting place?
Well, there is a particular follower, I guess. I'm not really sure what sort of powers they have granted by this being, but there's a follower of Tiamat in Avernus that definitely has the hand of the Whispered One, who we have a bone to pick with.
You speak of High Lord Archon.
I do.
That's the one.
Bastard.
Yeah, he's... we're pretty sure he's in Avernus somewhere.
He walked with Vox Machina to our protection. Only in their moment of triumph to take that hand.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they also came in contact with the Eye, and the Eye has since disappeared back.
Right. But we've got an item that points to one of the vaults of the Whispered One, and we believe.
Do you now?
We believe so, at least.
And you can tell she.
Relatively sure.
You can tell she pauses for a second, and like she checks her hand, and there is this silvery scale etched ring that the upper signet of it is this ice blue diamond that kind of there's this kind of triangle of the ring underneath that comes up under it, and then this diamond kind of sits on top of that and has a flat top with a little bit of etching into that top, and it looks like it's locked on there with these dragon talon setting bits that are holding the gem in place. And she looks at it just to almost check and make sure that it's there, and then kind of, we are in a safe place to be talking about this.
Good. I was hoping so. I honestly presumed as much, but good to have it confirmed.
This band helps me and those particularly close to me at any given time to avoid divinations.
Could I spot that from seeing it?
Well, it's very small inscription. If you were to examine it closer, you'd probably be able to suss it out. But but she just kind of, those that are relatively close to me are safe from being scryed upon or any of their possessions being scryed upon.
Good. That is excellent news.
And that for me is, I know that it works because it worked with Vox Machina. So we can speak plainly here.
Good.
So you have a beat on Archon.
Yes. And a possible beat on the Eye of the Whispered One. At least we know the last person who had it, and we know that, well, it's very hard to kill a person who has been properly attached to such an item for such a long period of time. So it may still be in that person's possession.
Indeed. That is oft how that works. There was one lady, Delilah Briarwood, whom was a particularly difficult bitch to kill. So I hear.
So I hear as well. That being said,
who was the last bearer of it that I knew of? But
obviously it's not a new bearer, as that is not the person we encountered.
I thought it had been the last I had heard, it had been destroyed by Pelor.
Well, it seems it didn't stick. We're in the ad break.
Yep.
We're in the ad break.
Mm-hmm.
Ad break clock again.
I mean, that has two eyes, my dudes.
There is that too, but like last I checked, one of them was in his skull.
Indeed.
I only see him every other week, so I can't remember if I'm honest.
I'm sure you do, Dr. Dave Nyack.
Dr. Dave Nyack will always stick. Love it.
I am so glad that I saw that as I was walking down the street.
I just love how we never call him Nyack Crestvale. He has a proper last name, but no, he's Dr. Dave Nyack.
He's Dr. Dave Nyack.
Proper last name, a company named after his last name. But yeah, no, Dr. Dave Nyack.
Yep, Dr. Dave Nyack.
Yeah.
Here for your scheduled betrayal, Dr.
Tim,
Dave Nyack.
I have no inspiration to give you, but I want to give you inspiration for actually reading what I put in for the.
Dude, I don't know how my brain put it together, but it did, and I'm not happy about it. Like I think I'm pretty sure I might have gotten the last
I put
little bit together,
AFK,
but
by the way, BRB, and then I was like, when I came back, I said, "Hey guys, I was AFK, but now I am back, so I am no longer AFK." I put that all in abbreviation.
Okay, yeah, no, I did get it right.
Yeah, that's okay.
See, I thought about like
Still
fucking
confused
kneecaps
on
or
the bunda.
whatever. Anyway, I will say, y'all would know that Margolin has been severely weakened in his base of, like, his resource base.
That's his name, Martelin. Yeah, we would know that, and that he had either retreated to this Vault of the Whispered One or some other position of power for this guy.
Because his official position of power has been properly taken over.
Right, yeah. Yeah. That's also part of the reason why the Storm still is unsure about Nyack and doesn't like Nyack, because now you have the position of the guy that we had a big beef with and who fucking you betrayed us to kind of in the first place. So
Watch the episode that's popping up on YouTube tomorrow and you'll see my true intentions.
You have
I think that actually popped up last week.
Yeah, that was last week.
Oh,
wasn't
okay,
it?
then, yeah.
But you've made it clear that Nyack is not to be trusted. You've made it clear that Nyack is really not to. not to be liked either. Despite you trying to sell us on liking him because of the good things that he's done.
You're like, please despise this man. Wait, why do you despise this man?
No,
Exactly.
Shade comes
like
in
you do
because of
realize I'm
this.
playing into both sides of it,
I
right?
know, I know.
That is exactly
You are
it.
hashtag gaslighting everybody. Hi,
by
everybody, we're back. So
And by doing that, it's now I don't care about Dr. David.
yes,
That's fine. Hey,
I
But-
don't care.
but where we left off. So you have a beat on the hand and the eye.
Yeah. Obviously,
Until
when
the hand was taken, I had only heard of the Sword of Cass, and I'd only heard that the sword could possibly send it back to its owner. But now that there are two pieces on Exandria, I do fear the power of those things. And I fear that one being destroyed without the other would merely be a useless effort.
agreed.
The goal is to get rid of all of them.
How do you intend to get one to the other?
Akira does not
Well,
know the answers
To be
that question.
perfectly honest, I was kind of hoping that you lot might have some sort of container that could hold greatly evil objects, so that one might not have to bear their evil presence on their person or in their bags of holding or colding.
Or holes.
Or holes that they can take with them.
I definitely don't recommend sticking one of these objects in any of your holes. She says with an elven stoicism that does not break, but you can tell she just made a joke.
Akira breaks.
And
Like
I
the
made the
giggle
joke.
is
I'm sticking with the joke.
the-
We're here now.
The
This is our
giggle,
reality.
the giggle is real. Even in this super serious moment, they kind of caved.
I have a case that can contain these things, but it is not wieldy. And she kind of uses her hand to gesture out, and as she gestures, this kind of silver thread line of magic just kind of maintains as she's kind of drawing, and she kind of draws out this about 3 foot by 2 foot box lid, and then down another about 1.5 feet, and kind of draws this cube in the air, and then kind of drawing this lid that at the top of it there is a kind of long-tailed, long serpentine tail, and then a kind of statue of Bahamut on the lid that kind of moves, and wings out, and kind of impressive, or at least she thinks so. As and just kind of draws it out with her hands. And
Oh, I see what you mean.
it's not exactly the kind of thing you just stuff in a box.
No, but Eredrin,
As
is there enough
well.
space?
As well,
okay.
she puts up a finger. The nature of the enchantment on the inside
Oh, it's one of those.
makes it very difficult to try and place in a bag. Not that it will make it explode. No, if you try and make it cross the threshold, it will deactivate.
See.
Well,
This is a.
Well,
it
I
is
mean,
a-
I could probably lash it onto the top of my backpack and carry it with me. I mean, it doesn't seem too heavy.
It is a negative zone of magics.
Perfect.
If you are keeping it on your person, the longer a magical object stays near it, one that is not pieces of unholy divinity, artifacts, even the most powerful enchantments, the longer they stay near it, have a chance of being broken.
I back up to the back wall of the room.
Oh, and she kind of puts her hand up. This isn't the box. It too has its own danger, and we keep it safe. And so this is why I hesitate merely to just fricassee it away on an errand. The last time it was brought out to sail on an airship. And it was kept safely far away from the gems of that airship.
Funny, you should mention that. We are actually potentially in the market for an airship.
Do you know a seller? No, I'm joking. I didn't say that.
We know that we have to go very far for that.
We do have a skyport. They did move it from in town to the top of the Titan. Now it is.
That's a good spot for it.
It is a strangely beneficial place. Whoever would have thought that Thorum Follow would actually have a damn reason to exist.
Well, we had to give it one, didn't we?
Indeed.
That's good. That's good to know. Perhaps we can secure transit back to Ankarel, I believe it was, where we can secure perhaps our own airship.
There are ships that travel through here every few weeks whom ride there direct if that's on your agenda.
It very well could be, yeah.
In fact, that might be.
There are several people who migrate south for the winter and come home around this time as the spring begins.
In fact,
Makes sense. But anyway, though, regarding the box and the matter at hand, I would, of course, be willing to return the Sword of Course when we've accomplished our goal, and I would also be willing to lend or give back, I guess, this here mighty shield in exchange.
I hesitated to ask. The Honor's Last Stand. Do you know its legend?
I don't think so. Not with an identifier, right? I just
No, you
what it
just know
is.
what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I've not had the opportunity to have that divined for me.
Well, allow me to illuminate. Honor's last stand upon the completion of its mission. Upon the completion of its mission in the calamity and the divergence, it does not stay in any one place for very long. It yearns not merely for battle. It yearns for protection. It yearns to take care of others and to make sure that those that walk the world honorably may continue to do so for as long as possible. I hesitate to take such a thing from you if it has chosen to reveal itself to you. Or probably more so, the being for which it bears. It travels with the will of the Platinum Dragon himself. And so if it has found you, he must have a reason.
Crimes do seek to better the world through their followers. Seems that perhaps more of them have had my back for longer than I've been aware. I found Honor's last stand quite some time ago in my travels before I started branching out in my beliefs. Did I go dark?
Nope.
Left. Okay. Somebody dipped out. Oh, gotcha. Bye.
Bye.
Uh,
I panicked because I sometimes have a bad internet connection, so I heard the boop, and I was like, "Oh shit! Did I drop out of the call?"
Yeah, I don't even get to hear those. 'Cause I'm the one streaming.
Right.
So people just leave, and I go, "Who was that?"
So anyway, and I have done my best to use it to protect both my friends and those who would be done harm by evil creatures and people. And I do believe that I could do much more with it. Though I did not expect you to lend out such a dark artifact like the sword, of course, without some sort of collateral or insurance that we would return with it or use it for our stated purpose.
This is part of why I wanted to have a private meeting with all of you. I do need some assurance, especially if I am not only to lend out the sword of Kaz, but the anti-magic chest that would best serve keeping one of those objects contained. Like I said, that chest has some deleterious effects to trying to just carry it around for fun.
Of course.
As such, if you're not entirely able to bring it to the eye or the hand, those things are, at least the eye, the hand has been in Archon's possession since its existence. The eye, though, every time it was destroyed or contained, somewhere where it was not, she gestures towards her eye, directly plugged in,
Right.
it would escape. And it escapes very quickly.
So, are you saying one of us?
I am afraid that one of you may have to bear it. If you are going to be careful about the chest, which is not entirely invulnerable, by the way, if you bring it into a battle, it very well could be broken. It's resilient, but...
So perhaps if we do take it with us...
Spells won't touch it, but... She gestures towards the storm.
Good old brute force.
Towards your maul. Not everything is magic.
Very true, yes. But if we were to take the chest with us, perhaps it would be best that we pursue the hand first, and then go after the eye. He says, also kind of looking at the rest of the late.
I would assume that the hand has its own ways of being elusive.
If I remember...
As I said, it is Vecna after all.
If I remember that
name.
Well, she did check her ring first, A, to make sure that the ring was there, and B, for she did reassure that divination is not functional in this space currently.
Hopping in, if I remember that fight, the hand disappeared just as quickly as y'all described the eye as disappearing.
If that is the case, then you perhaps have more of a beat on its longevity in captivity.
I mean, at the end.
Yeah, but I feel like that was like not the real hand, or perhaps it was because we vanquished him on this plane.
Things that bears
like
marks are hard to kill. You said that yourself.
Oh yeah, I did.
I would exercise caution, and I would, in the case of artifacts of the Whispered One, seeing Luca's displeasure in hearing the word. There are parts of it that I would...
No, not Beyonce. Do not say my name, say my name. Like, just don't.
But there are things to be believed of its nature and things to not be believed. It is hard to suss out precisely what is lie and what is truth. what is fable and what is honest. I would be careful, is all I can say. And if it comes down to losing an artifact or taking it on yourself, I would exercise such strong caution in bearing such evil. You take on a burden of tying your soul to the Whispered One. And in separating yourself from it, possibly later, not separating yourself from it at all, but separating yourself from yourself. Everyone who has ever borne the Eye has ended up dead, one way or the other.
I don't like those odds.
Ever since her defeat at Thoramfala, Delilah Briarwood has not resurfaced in these 20-some-odd years. Possibly because your Margolin, was it?
Yes.
Perhaps because he has been bearing it since its destruction by Pelor. A god himself vaporized it in his hand, and it remains.
Well, it seems to me that no one has yet to try the sword, of course. Granted that I don't think it's near on par with the level of a god, but it is the rumored solution.
It is tied to it, allegedly. Allegedly. It is what carved it from the Lich's skull in the first place.
So the rumor goes.
So the sword would be...
The sword is directly tied to its existence.
And that was carving pre-ascension, correct?
Yes.
Well, time...
So it was bathed in Vecna's blood. In his undead Ichor. That's the word.
No one said this was going to be easy.
Yes.
So...
But there's a difference between not easy and losing your soul to the Whispered One. I
believe,
and you can tell her hand is actually shaking a bit, and she kind of holds it with her other hand. I tremble to think of what horror that would befall your soul for however long it continues to exist, in whatever state it continues to exist.
Well, I believe in the combined strength of the Primes, who, perhaps, I believe, have all laid claim and marked my soul for said eternal combat, and not just Cord. I believe in their combined strength over the strength of one evil god. And I think that perhaps, and he kind of looks at the rest of the late, I think perhaps I stand the best chance at not losing my soul.
Akira just gives you that look of, no, you can't be. No. You want to plug yourself into that?
As a last resort. Over losing it.
I mean, taking the opposite end of the spectrum, my soul's already lost, so not to Vecna, but Maybe he'll find somewhere. Hell knows.
And you neither.
Well, if we're I'll turn back into Ola while we're all right here. No more owl. I know you guys don't know me very well, but if you need it, I can do without my left eye. I got my right.
Okay.
For you guys.
What
Storm
about
definitely smiles, but
what about a simulacrum? If we were able to get our hands on a simulacrum and we put the eye there, would that be safer?
I don't think it would take.
could I
Personally,
try to figure that out? Could I think about that for a minute?
I don't think that we're talking about ideal situations here. If
honestly,
if it was avoidable, we wouldn't want anything to do with the eye in the first place, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, or the hand.
I think our plan should be get the airship so we can store the box, go over to the vault, put the eye in the box, and then find Arkham.
You mean go to hell?
Yes.
Or perhaps we leave it safely wherever it is and come retrieve it only out of absolute necessity.
So the eye last.
It sounds like something that we could do given the means of transportation that we have access to.
And as well,
or rather that you will have access to.
The transportation of that box from one plane to another would also be extremely difficult.
So get Arkham back to the material plane, shove him in the box, find the eyeball.
That won't contain a dragonborn, especially not one as thick as him. He's a big boy.
There are spells for that.
I mean,
that box will break.
Looking at the several knives I have, I mean, we can always make him fit.
Akira is going to kind of pause the conversation just a little bit, look over at Luca, and what do you mean by us?
I was gonna say, this Storm has a quizzical look on his face at that statement.
I feel like perhaps in the middle of this meeting is not the best time to discuss it.
Well, we will be discussing it.
Absolutely, and it's not something that I'm intending to hide. It's just that this is a more important conversation at the moment.
As a part of that, though, seeing the ways that you are all speaking, some of you a little more cavalier about your souls than others. Some of you a touch more
faith.
Some of you a touch more noble about it than others.
Yes, noble.
Are you asking who we think would have the best chance of resisting temptation in the face of something like that?
No. I needed to see that you had the resolve to do what was necessary.
Oh, well, at this point, like I said, we're not talking about preferred situations. We're past that.
Oh, and we're a stubborn lot of bastards, if that's what you were looking for.
I needed to see it for myself.
We're not bastards. You all have me.
There's much you can tell about a person's reputation when you meet them in person.
I can tell you, however, out of every member of the Late, there is one in particular who I believe possesses a unique depth of character and a unique depth of resolve. Someone with the wisdom, perhaps, to make good decisions and the introspection to understand the gravity of the situation, we do have one that I feel is uniquely qualified for that. Out of character, unfortunately, he already had to leave the stream for the day because
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I was like, wise? Not me. Not fucking me.
That person is actually Knock. Knock would be the person who I feel has the stillness of mind and soul to potentially handle something like that. But Luca would say, I believe that out of all of us here, I think that if someone had to step into that position, I feel that the safest person would be Knock. And I feel that Dumorin would be the next person on that list. Because Dumorin has the strongest resolve of anyone I've ever met.
But I see each of you.
Well, maybe Aaron just got some resolve too.
I see you all.
Thank you.
I see you all willing to step in front of the other to take on the responsibility. Some of you a little less so. But there's wisdom in that too. If you are this willing to put your lives and your very souls at risk, and I cannot stress it enough, it is your souls at risk, then I do feel comfortable in relinquishing the Sword of Cass for the mission and the length of time required by that mission to destroy the hand and the eye of the Whispered One and send them back beyond the Divine Gate, hopefully forever.
Above table, should we wait to claim the sword until after we have the airship and we're back getting the box?
No, I don't think so, because to be perfectly honest, I don't know who we were planning on giving the sword to attune to, but whoever attunes to the sword can't willingly attach themselves to a piece of Vecna above table.
It is literally completely revolted by it.
Literally you cannot. Storm
try and
not planning on attuning to it.
I mean, Akira has some unfortunate experience with weapons like this. If needed, Akira would volunteer.
And also, I was going to suggest that we not bother attuning to it until we need to.
Yeah, until we absolutely have to. Yeah.
Throw it in a bag of holding until it's needed.
Just because there is some risk involved with that.
Something about eternal bloodlust every 3 days or some shit.
Some shit, yeah. Again, above
every 3
table.
days, eternal.
Internal bloodlust, you say?
Eternal bloodlust. 3 days. 3 days.
Dante, is there another thing? Do I need to throw garlic at you, Dante?
Oh, you missed that bit.
Fine.
But yeah, I agree with the statement that we should not have anyone touch it until the very last minute. We don't need to be dealing with that. I was just saying.
We should have it in our possession, though. But you were saying.
Yeah. But when it's time, Akira would not be opposed to that, given their experience with the staff. I was able to resist the voice. I was able to resist the voice in the staff, and maybe I can resist the voice of Cochise, at least for the time that we need. That we need. I'm not looking to keep it long term.
Judging by the last wielder of it, the sword itself will fight you trying to wield it if you are not attuned to it. Though, at the same time, It has one mission, and that is to destroy all artifacts of Vecna.
I'm sorry.
It will not drive you towards any other goal.
Quick
That
question.
was the goal that Grog Strongjaw was going to be locked into until his friends released him from its service.
Wrong.
But that is all that it wants.
Well, that's all that we need it for. And so we probably won't try to use it until we need it.
But it can be helpful in the tangential meantime, as long as you are taking steps toward that goal, eventually. Making sure it will know whether you are intending on abandoning this quest or not.
Understood.
Hold on. Are we saying this sword is sentient in some regard?
It is quite sentient.
Yeah.
It has the hatred of Kaz, one of the lieutenants of the Whispered One, from his mortal life. And it has a uniquely tuned hatred for all things to do with the Whispered One, particularly physical artifacts. It wanted to hunt Archon the Cruel, for instance, with a very unique and pointed severity. So, as said previously,
right,
don't sleep on its usefulness.
Of course not.
But-
No. Everything that we do and are doing are steps towards the eventual takedown of the Whispered One and his agents.
But if you draw it from its sheath, only draw it to draw blood, that it also hungers for.
Makes total sense given its origin.
It will either take blood. It will take blood either from your enemies or from you.
I think Dante's going to speak up at this point and go, so if we were to feed it our own blood, would that satisfy its hunger for it?
As long
When
as
you
you
draw it, yeah.
As long as you draw it, and within a minute, you give it a quick wash of blood.
Yeah, above table, that's an actual mechanic of the sword. Like if you draw it, you have to
Draw blood.
cut somebody with it, or you'll end up cutting yourself with it, essentially.
So,
Before you can sheath it.
It will hit you with psychic damage, and then you still need to feed it.
Yeah.
I mean, Dante wanted to know this for completely different reasons.
Oh, Jeremy knows exactly what you're thinking, and Jeremy is so glad you're here.
Also, just a very good quick question above table. Considering Dante has experience with Bloodlust, is there if he was to what's the word, attune to it,
There's only one way to find out.
Advantage?
There's only one way to find out.
Just tell me, Jeremy.
in other words,
No, I tell you nothing. I tell you nothing in private messages, and you can't shame me in front of our audience because everybody knows that I am a lockbox, baby.
well,
If you want to know, fuck around and find out.
If you want to know, please fuck around and please find out. Because
I don't think we've been given any argument to attune to it before we are at the door of Arkans.
You need it. Yeah.
Well, not even then. Technically, what I'm saying is, like, I'm like, not until we have both the hand and eye, and we're ready to destroy them. Like, then we attune to it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Like,
Exactly.
like.
So go to hell, take off Arkham's arm or entire half of his body, and then find the eye, and then all at once.
Yeah.
You guys realize that circumstances are going to force us to use that sword before.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Or
it's nice to be helpful.
We're being given the monkiest
to
of paws,
attach-
okay?
Yeah, or we'll be forced to attach ourselves to one of the artifacts. It's an either-or situation.
Right? Yeah. It's gonna be one or the other.
Worst case scenario, a character must perma-die, attach to both, and...
Yeah.
There's options for the sword.
Perma-die, in air quotes.
There's options for the sword. There's Dante and Akira. Dante has experience with sentient weapons and bloodlust. Akira has experience with sentient weapons and is psychically resistant. So we have some pluses.
Yeah.
Just in game wise, I think Dante's just gonna be like, well, you know, if nobody really wants to deal with the side effects or you know, that sort of thing, I'm more than happy to offer myself as a last resort.
If the need arises, we will definitely consider that, and might toss you the sword in that scenario. That being said, I do believe we're going to keep it in containment until we have both of the other artifacts.
Well,
sounds like a plan.
That is very lucky. Because I had honestly assumed that someone knowingly asking about the Sword of Kaz knew what they were asking. And she kind of breezes down the central walkway and opens the doors. And Trizriel is standing there, holding a leather-bound scabbard with a mean-looking crossguard sticking out at the top of it, and a crimson-red handled hand-and-a-half blade sticking out the top of it.
I gotta go grab my kiddo, but assume Storm puts the sword in his bag of holding.
Unless anybody has anything else to say about it.
I draw it. No, I'm joking.
Assume Storm puts the sword in his bag of holding or fighting.
And she takes
All
it from
fatherly
him.
protective instincts.
She takes it from him and then audibly says, "Please get the anti-magic chest from containment as well. They are very much telling the truth." And
should the box wait until we're back with the airship? Or does it matter?
Do you plan on bringing an airship here? Or are you going to go and retrieve one? Either way,
So I mean, if we buy one, we'll bring it back here and then get it mounted here.
If that's what you wish. And she kind of whistles to Trizriel. Belay that order. Well then, I remand this blade into your hopefully capable hands. And unless anybody stops the Slayer or the Storm from stepping forward and opening his bag for it to be placed in.
Nope.
Yeah, maybe.
She drops it into the bag of colding and says, "If you require this room to have your conversation, feel free to take advantage of your conversational privacy. And you know the way out." She gestures towards the front of the church.
I'm
And
going to
goes
need
to-
something with a lot more healing power than just
and
my
goes
hands.
to walk and goes to walk away,
think,
leaving you all in the chapel with each other.
I think Dante is just gonna be like, so I'm guessing these artifacts are of high priority to get rid of?
They are, but we can, of course, still help you with your problem in Zadesh. It's probably along the way if we're traveling by airship. From
probably.
Because
Oh.
I don't think I can return to the guild if I don't get rid of this problem.
Of course.
Well, then it is, of course, also of high priority. And again, if I'm recalling correctly, I do believe, Zadesh is probably on the way from Ankorel to. Do we know where the vault roughly is? It was way up, like north, right?
Well,
We knew a little bit, right?
from what you could tell. So here, let's get that big worldy map, because we got a worldy map.
From
this.
Recentrum, wasn't it northwestern, I believe? Also, we belayed getting the box until we get the airship.
But yes, so from down below the Wayun gates, it was in a thiswardly direction.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you know it's somewhere possibly beyond the Empire, if not barely within it, if it's over there. And from where you are, if you check the compass, it is pointing pretty solidly and significantly east.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, Storm, by the way, and I'll give him his Red Smith's hammer.
That's an actual
Excellent.
item.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I added
Gotcha,
it already.
gotcha.
But
Cool.
I think Dante will pass the one that he's holding to Adrian then, because he obviously knows it's not for him.
Adrian.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
But you have the privacy of the room now that conversation's over.
yeah. So anyway, go ahead.
I was going to go, so the plan. So are we going along the way to Zadesh, or are we going to wherever these mythical artifacts are first?
Well, as
I
I
believe we're
understand,
going to Ankorel first to acquire an airship.
we're going to hop on an airship to go to Ankorel to acquire an airship to come back here to get the box, and along the way we can stop by Zadash, and then afterwards we'll go to either the hand or the eye, acquire it, put it in the box, and handle business from there.
To be perfectly honest, I think once we get to Ankorel... Oh, actually, I don't know if we talked about it. Is the box able to be teleported, at least, or no?
She said it was extremely difficult to plane shift, so I assume it's also extremely difficult to teleport.
Should I
She very much
make
hinted-
an educated guess, Jeremy?
You can make an educated guess that she literally called it an anti-magic chest.
Yeah, she said that
Right.
we're not going to be able to use magic on this chest. That we have to physically take it wherever we need it to be. So we can either come back and forth, which I guess that's just a matter of extra trip time, or once we acquire the airship. Well, I think that's what it was, right? Acquire the airship, get the box, go to Zadesh, save the world, cute as a button. I think that was the whole thing.
Okay,
Yep,
I don't.
and step 5 is the most important of that.
I don't think going to Ankorel, then doubling back all the way here to get the box is the most efficient way to do it.
So just take the box
Yeah.
with us.
Shall we summon retconningly?
Retconning here.
We also got
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Hey, that's fine.
we also
It
got
is.
to
It is
think
of my
about that
opinion.
I have 2 days before I lose my mind. So if this is going to take longer than 2 days, we're going to have a problem, especially if we're on an airship.
Well, we don't know.
2 days go past.
We also don't know when the next Oncorel airship is coming, though. So we could still be in Vasselheim when the full moon happens.
Well, why don't we wait out the full moon? Just
That
wait
is
it
the
out and
better
then do
option.
our business.
Yeah, that's fair.
We just wait it out. Get drunk for a couple of days. Wait for it all to blow over, and then we.
But
go.
wait, while we're back,
I caught that.
too. I caught that too.
while we're back here,
I love you, Jack. I'm so glad you're here.
and while we're back here and we're having this conversation, Luca, can you please clarify for me what you meant by us separate from you in this thing?
Yeah.
So I haven't really had a chance to talk to you all about how things went in Nicodranus.
No, we just kind of assumed they went well since you were here.
Well, they did go well, but well in this case is quite relative compared to how they could have gone.
Well, spill it then. What's the damage?
Darius is fine. He'll be staying in employ at House d'Abattoir. He will remain to protect me. And House d'Abattoir was made to agree to certain economic exceptions for the Dundalian Empire. And as a show of good faith, I will have to remain at the d'Abattoir Manor in Nicodranus to oversee that project.
Well, that's not terrible.
It could have been a lot worse, but there are upsides to this. I have contacts and associates that I can work with, and by being there directly, I can try to render what aid I can to the late from there, including charters from House d'Abattoir, provided that I can make them happen, and I will try. But while I'm here today, I will have to return to Nicodranus, and I will not be able to accompany you on this. And when he says that, he actually looks up to Akira, and his eyes are starting to tear up a little bit because this is a very dangerous situation that you're going to be walking into, and Luca wants to be there.
Kira was already in tears. They're just going to hug you. They don't really know what else to do. They're going to hug you.
But I will be safe in Nicodranus at least, and of course that means that should your travels bring you back to Nicodranus, or should you wish to make frequent stops in Nicodranus, you can keep me apprised of what's going on, and I can try to help as often as I can. If that comes in the form of money to help out with ensuring that you have everything that you need, access to my network in order to help with transportation, I'll do anything I can. But at this stage, in order to prevent both myself and Nadarius from going to prison in some unnamed prison in the Dundalian Empire, this is the situation.
I don't want to do this without you, but we have to do this without you. And I promise to come back.
You had better.
We'll make sure of it.
Gotten pretty good at ripping people out from beyond the grave.
I hope to not be on that list. Cord willing.
the next time
But-
all of you are in Nicodranus, I expect a lock of hair, clipping of nails, something, anything that could be used in the worst case scenario. I'll still have access to the resources at House d'Abattoir.
Rips out a canine.
Oh fuck!
Stop using teeth, man.
Oh my god.
I pull a knife and I cut a bit of hair. Here, stop using teeth.
For
man.
those who haven't seen this yet, it is horrifying. But also, this has happened before because you see one of his, was it molars last time?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you see as he opens his jaw, one of his molars is like gold, like solid gold, and then he just rips out one of his canine teeth and just.
And that was even worse than ripping out a molar.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, man. I think a molar is worse. There's more nerves in a molar.
Way more.
Yeah.
It's the same amount of nerves, but I go ahead and pull out a gold
It's
coin
all
and start
bad.
carving it
It's
into
all
the
bad.
I had to get a wisdom tooth I had to get a wisdom tooth like physically pulled, and I remember the dentist like gripping the tool, and he had to put a leg up on the chair.
It's all bad.
I've been there.
I will reiterate. As soon as this happens, Eredrin, after yelling at him for using another tooth, goes ahead and pulls out a gold coin and starts carving it into the shape of his canine.
Just starts
You should have it a
crimping
little
it and
bit
squishing
sharper.
crimping it and squishing the gold down a bit, and yeah.
Luca already has one of Akira's scales, so
Yes, I do.
so that's fine.
You also have some Eredrin hair now.
Ola will end up with
Luca-
tears and be like, "How much do you need?" Like it's just like a 4B. Like how much?
Just a small amount.
There's a little bit. Okay, I'll find a bit that doesn't have moss on it. Hang on. Just, like, lift
Actually, it
open.
doesn't really hurt if it does.
No. Oh, okay.
And Luca is going to turn to the two newest members who have joined, and this goes for you as well. My family has an account set aside specifically for if magical resurrection is necessary. And if you are going to be putting your lives on the line to defend my friends and my family, which he says when he looks over at Akira,
Who is still like, they're not crying, but there's tears coming down their face.
And just so you guys know, we haven't been in an ad break for almost a minute now.
Yeah, I was trying not to interrupt because y'all were in the flow, and I was just ad break. But essentially, y'all are
the subscribers are
dealing
privy
with
to it. So
yeah, exactly. Yay, subscribers. Which we have 3 now. Hey, thank you, whomever subscribed, renewed the subscription. Arigato mashite.
even the two newest members, if you're putting your lives on the line for my friends and family, then I will do what I can for you, should something happen.
I think first of all, Dante's freaking out about the fact that someone pulled their tooth out. I'm like, dude, teeth are really useful. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, but it's cool when they're gold. Points at the golden one.
Just gonna fully shake his head.
It's well worn in. It even has like gum around it. Like it's been accepted by that mouth.
Can I go ahead and can I hold the coin to my new friend for a second and then hand him his new tooth?
Mm-hmm.
Just
Dante's fully not impressed by this.
to just going,
100%.
Shove the tooth in there, Luca just healing word.
I was gonna say, actually, no, just lay on hands from himself.
He does his own.
He literally
his own
just
stinking
Hold the tooth in and then cast lay on hands like right there.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
just lightning sear it in. Real quick for us, because this is strength based, because you're basically having to crimp and shape gold.
Sure.
Strength based proficient check.
Guidance.
So my strength
I was
based,
gonna say somebody guidance.
Thankfully, it's
Okay, so my
soft
strength
metal.
based crafting, so
Yeah,
I'm just gonna roll
strength-based crafting.
insight because that's the same stat as it would be.
Well, number.
26. Let me roll the d4 for guidance.
Why the hell not?
Yeah. Come on, a 4. Come on.
It did your enter thing again. All right, yeah, 29.
That's a 3.
still-
Hold on. Nope.
still up.
I'm gonna add a D8 to that.
Oh my god. Can I just say while this is all happening,
31.
can I just say while this is happening, Dante fully turns to Luca, and is like, "Yes, I may be laying my life on the line to help you guys, but a were-lion's loyalty knows no bounds." And he's gonna like extend a hand to like shake his.
Oh, absolutely. Luca would gladly shake your hand.
Yeah, and in the process, give him a piece of hair.
Also, should be shocking news. Where lion? What? Huh?
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's actually said out loud.
Everyone else knows. They might as well.
Yeah,
And now you know, Luca.
Well, now everyone
Shadow and Knock knows.
hears it out loud. But you notice that like it's almost like Eredrin has looked at the storm's teeth long enough and in close enough detail to reflexively, as he's just yanking it out, just already pulling out the gold piece, already having like a set of tongs handy just to kind of crimp, shape, and just like almost by the time the whole exchange of everybody else, giving in pieces of themselves to Luca, has this very well shaped and properly sized for your mouth tooth that you could just and there's no fucky weirdness to your mouth. It is perfectly
Good as new, Dante.
Did that not hurt at all?
I mean,
He wouldn't tell you if it did, Dante.
A bit.
I mean, pain is weakness leaving the body, and I have no weakness, so.
Turning.
I would like to point out that saying is terribly felonious, and pain is in fact just pain. Just taking a stand. That's a toxic marine saying.
For sure, totally is. That being said,
not saying all Marines are toxic, but that phrase is definitely.
That being said, it's also a huge lie because
it's definitely something that he would say.
It's
very
definitely
motivational.
Indeed, but also he does indeed actually have a weakness right now, technically.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, he has no weakness. What are you talking about?
Did Dante even notice that he was lying or like bluffing or?
I don't know.
It's not really a lie.
He's really confident about it.
He is really confident.
I will roll deception, but it's gonna be terrible.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You're fine.
I mean,
I
you
would turn to
wholeheartedly
Luca.
believe it, so I don't see why you're deceiving in any way.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Dante don't believe it, no matter how confident he is.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I'll give a piece of beer to Luca and just be like, well, hopefully we won't need any of resurrection services. Yeah, I'll try and keep everyone alive.
Definitely, I hope not, but just in case.
I get that. It's just I have brought people back. Too many, a lot of people, but it's okay. I got you. I got all of you, all your backs, and I'll do what I can. Promise. And I'll wrap up the hair and everything.
Sorry, we missed what you. At least I did.
You
I
broke
missed
up a
what you-
little bit, yeah.
Yeah. What did you wrap the hair up with?
Oh, I wrapped it up with a bit of moss that was in my beard anyway. So it was just like, yeah, wrap it up. Here you go, dude.
I
You
would
definitely
turn.
know whose red hair that is.
Yeah, and I think Dante adds this: near-death experiences are not fun.
If
No,
not.
they're not.
They're the best time.
Did you do my teeth? And Olo will show you his teeth, and he's missing like half of the bottom row, and like there's like 2 missing at the top. Like it's really bad. He's like,
That
Give me a
reminds
couple
me.
hours. I can definitely do that. Yeah, give me a couple hours.
Yeah, Akira has a silver tooth from where Eredrin knocked out one of their teeth as children.
And I was
I
gonna
will
say,
say-
who else do you trust with dental work but the jeweler? Like,
Exactly. And like if you like smiling, like Eredrin also has a silver tooth that's canon now. Where Akira knocked out one of his teeth. But
In
turning to
return.
Luca, yeah, retaliatory tooth removal. Turning to Luca.
We play strange games in gift households. That's all I can say.
Yeah, exactly. In Draconic, to Luca, you are family, and don't you do anything that would put you at risk when we're not here to back you up. I love you. Stay safe. And pull him into a hug.
In the middle of the hug, just the same goes for you, since I'm going to be safe in a manner while you are off doing this without me, which I regret, but...
And hold on to all those knives you got at your wedding. They're very useful.
Of course. I've been around you two long enough.
And while everyone's
I've got
kind
a
of
thing or two.
while everyone's kind of close, giving things to Luca and whatnot, I'll pull Shadow off my shoulder so he can be part of this and do a big group hug with everyone.
Oh, cute.
As a matter of above board, Luca will be leaving the Staff of the Traveler with you all.
Huh? Voyager?
So, the Staff of the Traveler is something that will be, or sorry, the Voyager staff. I'm sorry, not Staff of the Traveler. The Voyager staff is something that Luca will be leaving with the late. Worry not, however, Luca still has an unchosen spell slot from his last level up, which will probably go into learning teleportation circle. So that
it's a good spell.
So that if you need assistance of some sort, Luca may be able to help.
Start drawing that circle every damn day.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cast it for a year and we can just pop up in your house.
Actually, yes, that is something that I likely will have Luca be working on.
Yeah.
Since he's going to be in Nicodranus. And,
it'd be great if we knew a teleportation circle in Nicodranus that wasn't in the guardhouse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Akira is taking this as well as they can. They are not happy about this, but they are happy Luca is not in prison.
And
they're not happy, but they're not happy to not have him with them during all of this.
There is one other very important thing that I need to share with you all. When I was being interrogated, so to say, I had another encounter with the same fae that appeared at our wedding.
What is it with us and fae, you guys?
In my dream, I had an encounter in my dream last night, and I had another one today while being interrogated. It was implied to me that a piece of her resided within the Arbiter that was in charge of this particular deliverance. However, it seems to me that this fae's lives, pieces, they seem to be shattered, distributed throughout time. And it seems to me like not all of them are completely cohesive. She's not in absolute control of them, not at all times. And I got the impression that the individual pieces are susceptible to influence.
Oh, so she's just not good at timey-wimey.
It's not that. It's that she's broken. And those pieces are susceptible to influence. Now, it may take a lot of work, but if you find yourself being targeted by a piece of her, remember, you could create a friend where once there was an enemy. And since those pieces are only fractions of her power and fractions of her consciousness, they don't have access to the breadth of knowledge and experiences that they might need in order to have the resolve to avoid influence. I convinced one piece. Perhaps you could all do the same if targeted in the future.
I think Dante will just fully growl in the most aggressive way possible and just be like, that Fae is no friend to me.
To be fair, she's not a friend to me either. But the individual pieces are not the whole. And they've been tortured. They've been wrung through time, shattered to oblivion. They are weak, they are vulnerable, and they're impressionable.
So it's like the happy, the sad, the angry, they're all gone in timey-wimey soup. I get you. Yeah. By the way, did Luca look exhausted?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, bring it in. Like, if I see you're exhausted, you know, I'll come give you a catch, and I'll cast Greater Restoration.
Ooh,
So,
Greater Restoration.
Very much, thank you.
We have never had access to Greater Restoration as I recall.
Lies.
We do? We do?
Party healer.
Valana.
That, and we had 2 candles.
Yeah, I was also gonna say,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
if I would have,
candles.
if Valeneth would have noticed that, you know, he would have been exhausted before they even, you know, came this direction, he would have done something when he was there.
Yeah, Luca has been in level 1 exhaustion all day.
Yeah. That's
Well,
one of the few things I decided to grab.
Valeneth was very much in the middle of cooking meth, so it's fine.
That even means that during Luca's entire encounter at Debitoire Estate, he was suffering from 1 level of exhaustion.
But I mean, if anything, I probably because Valeneth did stay behind. He could have, you know, helped you out there.
I'll be clear for you, Dante. I don't mean to make friends with this creature. I mean to influence the shards of its soul that have been torn asunder and splintered. Because those shards, they're not fully her. And the more of them that we influence, the greater effect that it could have on the whole.
I'll mumble under my breath. Still sounds like a skill issue with time stuff to me.
Dante will just say, if you guys want to influence this creature, be my guest. But if that thing gets in my mind, I'll make sure it wishes it hadn't.
I also think that's an acceptable method.
Yet another one of our specialties, getting in people's heads.
I also think that winning is an acceptable method, regardless of how you achieve it. I convinced one piece to extend the mercy of not controlling my body during an interrogation to make me say whatever she wanted. And I would say that that's significant.
You can anime see the anger seething off of Akira at that statement that the Fae was controlling her. Like there's like steam bubbling, like the whole thing's happening.
Yeah,
and with a thought bubble of Emerald Ruin stabbing it in the chest over and over again.
But with that, if you all don't mind, I would like perhaps to spend a little bit more time with Akira tonight, given that I'll be returning back to Nicodranas and you'll all be moving forward. If you need me for anything, I'll be in contact. I will perform a sending at least once a day to stay in contact with all of you.
You better.
If you don't want to spend that slot, Akira has the other half to this, and I'll toss over a sending stone.
Oh, it's quite all right. I've got the capability to cast it myself. I'm not really worried about it. If I'm not going to be risking my life in combat every day, I'm sure that I can allot my spells more carefully.
Very fair. I'll catch the tossed stone with my own mage hand.
You may need that stone should the two of you ever get separated. And I have no doubt in my mind in your capabilities, Eredrin. And I would really rather that you have that. Because you could do a lot more to help Akira in those moments than I can for Nicodranas. I would feel safer if you had it.
Akira's like separated. From this one, probably never.
Hopefully.
No. I cling to you like a gelatinous ooze.
Gross. Ah, gross.
But yeah, Luca, if they're gonna keep you up again, I might have a potion for you if you need it. You know, just to keep you up and spry, so you don't get too tired. It's up to you.
Keep hold of that. Remember that Nicodranus, I have the access to all the assets of my family and estate, and I could, in theory, just go to one of the churches or have a clergyman come and cast a spell on me. We can afford to
I guess so. It was just a thought, you know, just in case.
We can afford to pay for that.
And then Olo like goes in his pockets and pulls them inside out. It's like, yeah, some people do. Right. Olo has no money.
He put all of his money into potions.
All of it. It's all gone.
Non-fungible potions.
Also, should you ever be in the neighborhood of one of the checkpoints for a debitor exchange, remember that you will be able to purchase at cost. So should you ever need anything, and there's a debitor exchange in the town that you are in, please go there to purchase any supplies that you need first.
Yeah,
fact, I'm able to set up.
I'm a debitor. Yeah.
Actually, you specifically, Akira and Aradrin, likely will be able to make deductions directly from the family expenses account since you are direct family. And you're able to make those purchases on behalf of the late. The late, I consider all of you family, but when it comes to the documents and economics of the family, it gets quite complicated.
I could marry us all.
I'll look at Dante and go, I hope they run up a tab.
Just might be a step too far. We do specialize in some imported liquors, so I mean, if you need that sort of tab.
Oh no, it's just tab in general. I have nobody. I have nothing to my name.
Hello.
My party, well, the old party, they had a lot of it, and I think D got some, right? But I don't have anything. Because
what about all those diamonds?
Oh yeah, I use those to bring people back, or for wedding presents. You know, either or.
Right, but they could also be used as money, Log.
I guess so, but man, it's fine. The last time I had a lot of fancy stuff.
You will be traveling. You will be traveling with a debitor, which means that you may need to adjust your perspective on having access to funds.
I also have to adjust my perspective because this is all new to me as well. I come from modest to mean. So I worked in the Forge with Origin. We are modest. We weren't rich.
Fair. That's fair.
Yes, but Akira, now you carry a title of nobility.
Ooh. I'm gonna make you a flower crown.
I'm a noble.
So who here can create poison?
I can.
That guy you'll know as well, the owl dude.
Fuck that guy.
I think Dante's gonna he's gonna pull
Dr.
out.
Dave Guy.
No, it's true. Hey, no, we are not using that one anymore.
Yeah,
no,
apparently we're not
I will
using
not
that
be
one
associated with that man. Screw him. And this is on the air. You can't take it up now.
Yeah, you did. You did the research to throw Dr. Dave Nyack appropriately under the bus. What a fuckhead!
My bad. That dude's not great.
Yeah.
No, I never said he was great. I just thought it was funny.
I didn't actually know that he was like a politician. I thought he was just like a doctor. So when I looked up his website, I was like, oh shit.
Oh no. We don't like him very much. So.
And we don't.
No, I never said he was good. I just thought it was funny.
I think that's pertinent information to rename my character to that.
I mean, I feel so bad too because the dude is absolutely like a snake in the grass, ready to betray everybody that believes in him. Which
No, okay, that's true, but do not associate any character with that shit.
We will respect the wishes of the player of Archmage Naya Cressville.
Thank you.
Actually, I think that Nyack Cressville is a better person.
Honest to dog.
He directly intended to betray us, and I like him better.
But yeah, I think Dante just pulls out this pouch of black mold and be like, so this is quite potent from what I can gather, but if anyone can make it into a poison, that'd be quite interesting.
Oh, I think I might be.
I might be able to if you give me some time. You know, I still got my alchemy kit, my travel kit in my bag.
I mean, I don't mind who makes it. I just think
You
it would
could
be
mix
useful.
it with some funky mushrooms and, make them try.
I mean, I think this is made out of mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Thumbs
probably,
up.
if it's mold.
Thumbs up to that idea.
If you eat them, you'd probably think you were made out of mushrooms.
I don't think you want to eat these mushrooms.
Oh no, we once did, and it was not a fun time. It was very. Oh yikes! It was one of those trips, pretty rough. It was a fey mushroom. It was blue.
I also wouldn't touch
luminous.
this. I wouldn't touch this mold with your hands either, because some people have reacted poorly to it, so not a good idea.
Oh, allergies. Ugh.
So, if I see Akira being like sad or anything, I'm gonna conjure the Amaraj again, the horn bunny. Just here you go.
I love that so much.
The emotional support bunny.
Give him a cuddle.
I am going to hold the bunny and summon Zephyr.
Double cuddle. Oh, the best.
Olo is just so pure.
Oh yeah.
So
I love him so much.
So
not a bad bone in this guy's body.
I love him.
What you should put into your, I said Shade. What you should put into your gear, Shadow. Sorry,
I was just about to say.
That's why I said who.
Sorry, I clicked on Shade. Oh, that's because you need to claim Shadow so that he shows up in the upper side, because I clicked him because he was right there. No, he's technically unclaimed in the unassigned characters down below. I clicked on him just like, oh, la-di-da, that's the cat one. And I was reading in, I was like, wait a tick. But yes, so Shadow, add to your stuff, because I knew what the black mold was in my brain, but I couldn't find the item, and now I found the item. Mm-hmm. It's black ichor. Blight ichor.
I was gonna say I don't see anything with that.
Blight ichor. And two doses is what they have, I believe. How many doses did you have?
I think it was one.
I thought you had got more than one, so we'll compromise and just say two.
Okay. You're the boss.
And basically it's been sitting for a while, and so it has kind of already kind of softened up into it has aged enough that you, being somewhat proficient with poisons, would be able to identify that it's ready to fuck some shit up.
Gotcha. Good to know.
If it's a mold, couldn't we propagate and grow it?
I'm not sure you'd want to do that.
This stuff is rough.
If you want a steady supply, hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go.
For him, and for the reason that we were supposed to not stay too terribly late, and now an hour and a half after closing, we're still here. So
that we do apologize.
Yeah. Sorry, Teddy, and thank you for being patient with such wonderful role play. But we can have parting words after at the beginning of next session, and parting party time. But yeah. Good episode. Thanks for hanging out. So many of you today. Thank you. But until next time,
appreciate all of you.
Until next time, if you're financially stable enough, hit us up on Patreon. If you're not financially stable enough, but you pay for Amazon Prime subscription, you can use your Twitch Prime to hit the thing wherever you can hit the thing. And kindness is free.
And Black Lives Matter and trans rights are human rights.
And please, please, please keep going.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. Check out, for the time being, our TikTok. Check out our Patreon, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Blue Sky. I think that's everything.
Other than
if you pay high enough on, yeah, that too. If you pay high enough on Patreon, you can check us out on Discord too.
Oh man, we're approaching March. We're gonna have Sando time. Pew, 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 pew.
It's gonna be all right.
And we're gonna try to check us out tomorrow.
With Luca being at least temporarily retired, thank you all, and I will be lurking.
All right. Well, until next week, we'll see you all then.
Everyone knows the lily of the valley, a sunburst of a dahlia of roses, sharp thorns. But the prettiest, sweetest of the flowers only grows on the farther shore. Sweet tart cherries and blackberries on the bush, bursting with nectar when the peel has been shorn. But the sweetest and most bountiful of orchards only grows on the farther shore. Till you go to the farther shore, that paradise to rest when your old heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. We all go to the farther shore. Wild temptations haunt this earthly coil. Some may resist them, though others can't ignore. But the promises of pure imagination take us all to the farther shore. It must be everything that everyone was promised. It must be all that we could ever want and more. It must be better than the love we leave behind us. They only know on the farther shore. Till I go to the farther shore. This paradise to rest when this old heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. We all go to the farther shore. I want to hear everybody, come on. Till I go to the farther shore. Till I go, now, yeah. Rest when this old heart can be no more. We all go to the farther shore. Let me hear you now. paradise to rest, with this whole heart can beat no more. We all go to the farther shore. Let me hear to the farther shore. Let me hear your voices, everyone. To the farther shore. Sing it, everyone. To the farther shore. Thank you very much, everyone. In memory of a friend.